Hey true gamers, welcome back to a brand new DSP video. The last video was super political. This time around it should not be super political. But again, thank you guys for sticking through that video. Hopefully you guys understood where I was coming from, whatever. But again, thank you for sticking through and being a true gamer. In these troubling times, you know what I'm saying? Anyways, let's get back to what we're here for. DSP had like what 2 podcasts of nonsense, and we're gonna cover it because I was thinking, okay, when I did that last video, I was like, thank God I finally, like, Monday was like a normal podcast for the most part. I was like, wow, I could finally just do this video and I don't have to worry about other bullshit. Well, DSP apparently just couldn't keep the streak going and decided to just be more insane again. So we have 2 podcasts worth of nonsense that we're gonna be delving into. We're gonna start off with this gamer news segment. We're not gonna talk about the strikes because what's there to say, it is what it is. I may do another video on gamer news in general because I think he had another gamer news segment on Wednesday's podcast that I kind of want to talk about. So maybe I'll do a gamer news video, maybe, but we'll see when we get there. But this one I wanted to do specifically because it's the most DSP thing you will listen to next to any news regarding Twitch, obviously. But we're gonna start with this. Then we're gonna get into the segment I wanted to make this video for, etc. So let's get going. Oh wait, whoops, wrong window. I keep making this dumb mistake. It's funny. Some takes I remember to go to the next window. Others I forget, and we get this.
Lastly, Star Wars Outlaws, which is scheduled for release in less than a month. That's right. It's coming out the end of August.
It's so funny to me that this game is coming out in August. And I have seen no hype. The only people talking about this fucking game is DSP and people who think the main character is ugly. That is it. That's all I'm hearing about this game. It's really like Ubisoft isn't even trying with this. It's like, alright, yeah, we're doing a Star Wars game. Yeah, go. It's so weird. I saw more hype, or at least more buzz with that Gami game, whatever the fuck, than I have with this game. And it's a Star Wars game. Not even Disney seems to care. It's so weird. I've seen more hype for that Star Wars Fallen Order game with the Jedi guy. And then the latest one that came out that was a bust. And this one, it's like, I'm not seeing anything about this. DSP is the only person that is exposing me to this game. Maybe it's because I don't care. I mean, to be fair, I write off any Ubisoft game. If Ubisoft's making a game, it's already I don't care. It's just, whatever. Ubisoft always been making mid-style games since the 2000s, since fucking the first Assassin's Creed, so it's whatever, man. But let's get going.
Has had special exclusive previews.
What is with this new accents he's testing out? I've been noticing new voices, and it's they're not funny, and it just comes off annoying.
Yes.
Special I'm gonna keep doing
gameplay
this.
Previews for specially selected snowflakes who are treated like God's gift to streaming and content creation.
I love that just because people got early copies, they're all automatically are being treated specially or whatever the fuck. That's not really what's going on. They're just hey, play this, okay, and then that's it. It's not dude, it's Dumbledum. We gotta give him the game, guys. Oh my god, Dumble played fucking Star Wars. Oh my god, he's acting as if people are doing backflips over this or whatever. It's dude, come on now.
So they got to play it for 4 hours and then not only put up all their gameplay on the internet, but give their impressions on the game. Shockingly,
Wow.
they're all positive. Can you believe it?
Now,
Could you?
now, you know what's hilarious? Hilarious, even? He says that they're all positive. The next podcast, he says, "Oh, someone's being negative about this game. I'm going to read it." And he explains it, and he never, ever gives that person credit for being honest. And then, like, he will never acknowledge that a dude got early. Like, if that dude who was being negative still gets early copies, is DSP gonna say that he wasn't blacklisted for being honest or whatever the fuck? Like, I mean, it sure, of course it happens. I'm not arguing that people don't get blacklisted or passed up for not being positive. Sure, it happens. I'm not saying it doesn't, but to assume everyone that gets an early copy is super positive and they will never be negative or whatever, it's just like, that's not always the case. Like, just because the positive people get the spotlight doesn't mean that the people who get it are not being negative or that they're not allowed to. Like, I feel like even then it's like circumstantial or case by case or whatever the fuck. I mean, again, if this is how you feel about early copies, you're not gonna care about them, or you're gonna have like other things to look at when you want to watch it. Like, oh, I just want to see the gameplay and all this kind of stuff. Like, you don't care what the person says. You just want to see the gameplay of it, and that's it. But this dude, it's like it's just nonstop. Like, oh my god, guys, these people played it early. Like, okay. People see movies early. Wow.
I mean, could you possibly believe that someone who is given exclusive access to play a game a month early, right? And so everyone's going to be watching their gameplay. They're going to be making tons of money on this gameplay because they're the only ones who...
Wow, they're making money while playing games? Oh my god, what a horrible reality we live in, right? Like, this stuff, it's just the same bullshit. These people are playing this to get money, man. Wow, it's almost like they just don't want to sit there and be like, guys, I need $50 a day. Guys, give me $50 a stream. Guys, I need $50. Guys, 2 big bills are coming. Like, what if they just want to do it? And then, like, the other people are supporting them. They just like the content. But it's so impossible for anyone else to go to another streamer and, like, support them because they like the content. But when you watch DSP, you have to like the content to give him support. Like, what the fuck is this dude on? It's insane. And it's always just negative. Just because people make money. Dude, you're making money. And then if you get mad that this dude makes money, you're fucked up. But this guy is mad that other people are making money. But then he'll hit you with the classic. Well, they're rich, so why should they get a lot of money? Dude, like, are we really? Like, do you know how much they make? Do you know what the houses they live in? Like, you sound kind of insane, right? Correct? Meanwhile, this dude lives in a gated community. But if we were to say, guys, lives in a gated community, makes a lot of money, we're fucked up. But this dude will just say baseless accusations, just generally. And then we're just like, well, this guy isn't that. I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about this other guy. Like, dude, just maybe don't be so general. Just be like, oh, so there's early copies in the wild, and, you know, whatever, they're all positive. It is what it is, but, like, you know, this is what they're saying about it. Like, no, of course. Why would he talk like that? Why would he act like that? That would be stupid.
Ones who got it early.
And again, being honest means being negative. You can't possibly be honest and be positive. What if the people who are being positive when they're playing the early access genuinely liked the game and genuinely thought the game was good? But no, since they got it early, obviously they're lying. Or that, you know, whatever. Or that they're just butt kissers, whatever the fuck. It can't, like, dude, this is like assuming that people who like The Last Jedi are all shills. Even though, like, maybe not all of them are. Like, yeah, that's right, we're talking about Last Jedi in 2024. Like, I did enjoy the movie. It's not a perfect movie. I'm not going to sit here and tell you the movie was flawless. But I liked some of the ideas. Some of the ideas I thought were really good. I mean, some of the the side plots were too long and just boring, but I liked some of the ideas it had, and that's it. But does that mean I'm a shill? Oh, guys, I must be being paid by Disney because I found something nice to say about Last Jedi. Wow. It's so impossible to find something you may like in something that other people don't like. That never happened in humanity before.
Could you possibly imagine
Oh my god.
that they said that the game is good? I never would have expected it. I totally would have thought that they would have panned the game.
And then he does this shit. Oh, the guy, like he loves sounding like he's so smart. I called it, man. Wow, dude, I'm gonna call it tomorrow, my time. The sun will rise. Okay. The sun will rise, and then like over time, the sun will set. This is gonna be wild if true.
Been like starkly honest about their experience with it. In no universe would I have thought that they would have been like, "Oh, this game is good." Now, obviously, I'm being very sarcastic and facetious here.
And then he tells you, "Oh, I'm being sarcastic and facetious." If you have to tell the punchline, you should drink some bleach. Like, dude, you're no shit. You're being fucking sarcastic. We could tell. This dude, and then this dude will just read chat and be like, "Oh, this guy must be an asshole." Meanwhile, that dude might have been sarcastic, but this dude will always tell you when he's being sarcastic. We can tell through the inflection of your voice, but then he'll go on Twitter and say some bullshit, and then when he gets called out, "I was being facetious. I was joking, man." Why doesn't he specify his sarcasm on Twitter? When he's in text, why doesn't he specify the sarcasm there? No! We just have to assume it's sarcastic if you're offended by it. This dude needs to fucking just find some bleach. God damn it, man. This dude is so brain dead. Like, he needs to just stop.
But the point is, and I've talked about this many, many times over the years, okay?
And then, why do you keep talking about it? This dude... Every time that people get early copies, like, "I gotta tell you guys this, guys. I tell you every time, man." And it's like, is he hoping that eventually he's gonna break the cycle? Watch this. Let's say that people finally, everyone stands up in solidarity against early copies to the point where game companies all just stop doing it. The day after, DSP has these kind of rants. You just know this will go on his little fucking dumbass podcast. "Okay, guys, get this. So every company, not just 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, all of them, they all said that they'll no longer do early access." Wow! Finally, guys, can we finally admit, that people finally started listening to me and took me seriously? I feel like, guys, ever since the sirs at Kino Casino, they finally, like, opened the eyes of the internet, and everyone realized Phil isn't Hitler. Phil isn't a murderer. Phil isn't a con man. Phil never played mobile games that people say that I play. Finally, people are taking me seriously. Finally, guys, no one is mentioning the FAP incident. Remember May 1st? Where I left the camera on? Well, finally, no one has mentioned it. Everyone hates Rich now. Everyone's gonna kill him, and it's fine, because he was mean to me, okay? And now everyone is realizing that early access is bad, so they're not doing it anymore. Finally, I'm being taken seriously, guys. I feel like that I'm finally back to where I was years ago when I was white hot popular. Finally, I can, like, wake up in the morning and I don't have to worry about some dumb fuck troll or anything like that. "Oh, Phil did this, Phil did that." Finally, people like me and my content. And I don't have to do any stunts. I didn't have to take my shirt off, kiss cats, and play with cucumbers. I was just being me. You know what? I always say, just be yourself, man. And I've been myself, and it finally paid off. The positivity finally wins, guys. I didn't have to do this Lolcows live podcast show. I didn't have to play with wigs. I didn't have to deal with Boogie. Remember Keem? And he was trying to get me on his little podcast, and I said no. Wow, guys, finally, I'm being taken seriously. This dude is so lame. It's so lame. The fact that whole rant is, in my opinion, is like 1-to-1 what he would say is insane. That's where we're at with DSP at this point. Like, this dude is so full of himself that it's like, you could do like caricatures of him being full of himself and they're not that far off. Like, that's where we're at. That's where we're at. Oh my god.
If you are given exclusive access to something early, even if you're not being paid to say something positive, the incredible level of temptation, the incredible level of...
Dude, you know, he's mocking people about falling for temptation, but this dude will say, when he falls for temptation, it's human nature. You know, give me some slack, man. It's human to be this way. Like, come on.
Pressure to say positive things so that you can get the unspoken agreement with said company, Ubisoft in this case, that you would have early access to other future content.
What if they don't care? Like, what if these people are not known to be reviewers and they just want to play video games? And then they're just like, wow, this game is good, whatever the fuck. Again, we're being very cynical. Like, again, I've said this in every video at this point. It's fine to be cynical or question stuff, but this is, like, obnoxious. To just brag and then just be general about it. Like, you could be a little critical about some stuff, but at the same time, you could just accept it for what it is. Like, this dude says he's so mature and such an adult, but he acts like a child. Like, this is how a child acts when they finally realize that maybe there's something else going on, or whatever. But then once you get over that, it's like, you know, whatever, it is what it is. Like, come on.
That would benefit you. Okay? I want you to think about this.
Think about that.
If you're someone who got a month early access, 4 hours of Star Wars Outlaws, and you were able to play it and put all that information up on the internet right now, your footage and everything, and you say, you know, I'm not impressed, man. It's kind of boring, kind of an empty world. Doesn't really have a soul. Feels like a kind of, you know, paint by numbers Ubisoft.
You know what's funny though? This dude got a review copy of Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games that one time, and that was like negative about it. But you know what he got before that? Extinction, and he was negative about that. And he still got early copies. He got review stuff. He was still able to review the Hori Joy-Cons, whatever the fuck. So if he was negative to 2 games, one being a Sega game, how was he able to get other stuff? Huh? And then this dude will say this stuff, but guess what? He was in the Twitch bounty program. He played LOL. And he was like, well, man, I can't wait to play the full game. This game looks really good, man. Wow. And now that he got kicked out, yeah, that game sucked, man. It was bullshit. They fell for cancel culture bullshit, man. But this dude was sucking the dick of that game. But he isn't fake like those other guys. But then, when he had the chair sponsorship, Spawn Seats in particular, not OP Seats, Spawn Seats. That's the chair he got, by the way. He got the Spawn Seats chair. That's the one he got. He literally banned someone in chat for saying the chair was made in China, and then said, well, what do you want me to do, man? You're insulting my sponsor. But he's not about that, though. And he will never, and that is like such a very like specific reference to the point only true gamers remember. And then he will then just say, "Oh, I don't remember. Well, that they went out of business anyway," or whatever the fuck. And it's like, dude, you're trying to push this chair in your fucking audience, and now the chair's a piece of shit and it's stupid. But those other guys, they're insincere. But at least the something they're being insincere about is like a $60 game. That gamer chair was like what, a couple hundred, maybe $100, and he was trying to push that on his audience. And that's a chair. Like, it takes a big portion of your living space. You have to assemble it, and then if you want to get rid of it, guess what? You're gonna have to figure out how to put in the dump or whatever the fuck. So it is more of a commitment to get a chair like that than a fucking video game. And again, like, it is so funny that this dude will blame the viewer for all this stuff that's outside of their control, but when it comes to like buying a video game off of early access, it's not. He doesn't blame them for like having a lack of self-control, even though it doesn't matter. Like, this is stuff that people just do anyway. People waste money all the time. He wastes money too, but it's okay when he does it because, you know, he's just a human. But these other people, they fell in line with these fucking chill streamers, so we gotta be negative about that, obviously.
Ubisoft open world experience, nothing really there. Just has the Star Wars IP, but outside of that, man, you know, boring. Can you imagine? Do you really think, and be honest, do you really think, if that's what you say about that game, even if you're being starkly honest?
What if it wasn't though? Like, I don't understand. He's saying this stuff as if he knew how the game sucks or something. How do you know the game sucks? The game isn't even out yet. You're not even playing it yet, bitch. How does he know the game is good or bad? The game could be either good or bad. You won't know until you play it, correct? Mr. You should play a game and hold off. But this dude sees positive opinions about it and then sits there and is like, well, what if it sucks? Yeah, what if it's good though? Like, this is like lame. Boringly lame.
That Ubisoft is going to give you another opportunity to get an early access again.
What if they don't care?
Or do you think that the chance is dramatically increased that if you say this game was good, or if you selectively...
You know what's funny though? You know what's hilarious even? This dude shat on so many people for playing Marvel Rivals, and then they're like, wow, Disney wants people to be positive about this game, and he made a big fucking deal about it. Guess what? He got into the closed beta of it, and you know what he said? Well, the game's pretty fun, man. It's like Overwatch, man, but it's with Marvel, man. Wow, it's pretty cool, man. Now, you think he would be honest like that if it was an open beta? No, because he gets to feel a little special. He feels a little included with the closed beta. This dude is, he's such a fucking, like, sheep. You give him a closed beta key, he will love it, and he will, like, feel special. Like, look at how he acted when he got into the closed beta of Street Fighter 6. This dude was doing backflips over it. But then, when he plays an open beta, oh, this game sucks, man. He's more honest. He played an open beta for Call of Duty, was it Vanguard, or was it, no, wait, yeah, it was Vanguard. He played that, an open beta of that, and said the game sucks, and he skipped it. But he plays a closed beta, and he's like, ooh, I may want to play this game. This game looks pretty good, man. Wow. Like, this dude is such a clown. And it's even sadder that the Marvel Rivals thing was gifted to him anyway. So it's not like that the company chose him and he's still being positive about it. A game that forced people to be positive. And then he plays it and then recommends it. And I saw the game, and the game looks bad. It looks really generic and bland as fuck. It's really just multiverses. But guess what? Guess why he likes it? You're not gonna believe it. You're not gonna believe why he likes this game. It's because it has Marvel characters in it. He gets to sit there like, dude, it's Iron Man! Wow! Dude, it's the guy from Guardians and I clapped! Wow! It's the same shit. He shits on all these FromSoft knockoffs. Except for a Crab's Treasure, because it looked like a kid's game and it probably had a lot of crutches to help him win, right? Correct. But then he sees these, but he says they're all knockoffs. A Smash Brothers clone, Animal Crossing clone, Overwatch clone. He loves them all because they're all with licensed properties. But you know what's? It's just funny, right? Smash Brothers has all these game characters in it, but he's more negative about that. I wonder why. One has game characters in it. Ew, gross. The other has Marvel characters or Warner Brothers characters that were in little boomer movies. And one has Disney characters in it. I wonder why he likes those knockoffs over the fucking actual shit.
Critique it, meaning you only talk about the things you liked about it, and you ignored the things you didn't like about it and didn't bring them up, that perhaps Ubisoft would select you again and again and again and again. Correct?
Again, what if that's not what they're going with? What if they don't care if they select them again or not? I mean, what about the times when people were positive about something they don't get picked the next time around? Like, this is so lame. And then he says, you know, this is the other thing. He says it's so easy to get sponsorships or early games, and he could do it, but he won't because he doesn't want to play that game. Oh, good dude, like, fucking shut up. And again, he's Mr. Positivity. He's not negative. He's happy where he is. But let's break down these other people that have not been negative to him. Like, dude, shut up.
And it's just that simple. That's why I do not support anyone getting early access to games anymore. All right? It was one thing.
Anymore?
We had an industry that was honest, but we don't. The temptation is too great.
Oh my god, dude. Anymore. What does that mean? Did he support someone that was a shill and then he was surprised? No. He doesn't support anyone. He didn't even support his own fucking mods. Shut up.
And in a lot of cases, as we saw with certain games recently, you remember when the Marvel Rivals early access came out and there was a contract that said you can't say anything negative about the game? The entire internet went up into an uproar, and then they went and changed the contracts.
Now, this dude sat there and said that all the people play the game, blah, blah, blah. But if everyone was against being forced to be positive about it, how did that happen? Shouldn't they all been like, oh, say it's not a big deal or whatever the fuck? Whatever.
But they had it in writing right there first, and it was only until people caught it and complained that then they changed the contracts. So this is what is the unspoken expectation.
Oh, now it's unspoken expectation.
When you're getting this favored early access to something, right? That's what they want from you. They want you to kiss their game's butt. Why else would they give it to you for free? Why else would they allow you to get early views, make early money, and have people rushing to your channel in your content?
This dude also sits there and says, streamers are like free advertisement campaigns for games. They need to learn this. They need to understand. Like, now, I was watching ALT go through like the old Nintendo rants, and he was so mad at Nintendo saying, guys, we should be able to get paid to make Nintendo content because we give you free promotion and free this and that, blah, 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 blah. All this stuff. And now that these game companies are like kind of responding to that, not to him, by the way, just the nature of streamers and all this other stuff, and using it to benefit their PR, now that's bad. Like, this is what happens when you see it as like they're promoting the game. I mean, sure, that's the case. Like, people like find out about games by people streaming it, but like, if you're just looking at it as a commercial, this is like the end product of that. That's like the destination of that thinking. Like, that's where it's gonna go. And it's like, which is why a lot of people who are mature adults don't care about people getting early copies anymore. It's like, wow, I can't trust this guy, whatever, and then they move on. They don't go on stream and cry about other people because it's a pointless endeavor. Just be the change you want to be.
Content for profits a month early, right?
Right?
So I'm sorry, it just there's no bones about this whatsoever. There's no misconceptions here. That's exactly what it is. All right? Humans are flawed individuals. It's just in human nature to do what benefits humans best.
Again, like these people, like they're doing it to support their family, correct? And he's saying like they're being dishonest and this and that. I mean, sure, fine. Okay, let's all say that. Let's all agree that everyone's dishonest. They get an early copy. But if you sit there and fall for it, and then you give them and you buy the game, I mean, come on. Like if you know it's chill content, then move on with your life. Like, whatever.
If you know you're going to benefit,
and then this dude will sit there and say, "Oh, at least I didn't hurt anyone doing this, man. At least I didn't hurt anyone." Who does it hurt to do an early copy, to get an early access to a video game? Oh, it hurts the industry. Well, the industry's already hurting, stupid. Like, I don't think like the layoffs and all this stuff is the result of people playing the game early. I don't think that's what's causing the pain in the industry right now. I think it's just corporate greed that is leading to all this bullshit and all this other nonsense. Like, it's not, since Ninja got this game early, 1,000 people lost their job. Like, that makes no sense. Dude, shut up.
By doing one thing versus another, you're going to do it. Okay? These people are business people as well as gamers. They're not just in it to do the right thing morally. They're in it to make a buck, to get the bag. So they're going to artificially inflate.
This dude literally sits there and brags how his content doesn't hurt anyone, and he can't really articulate how people getting early access hurts anyone other than like, oh, well, it makes people play the game early and then it spoils this and spoils that. I mean, shit gets spoiled all the time. MGS4 got spoiled and there was not early access to that game. Like, shit gets spoiled all the time. Like, dude, come on. But this dude is so negative because these people make a lot of money. And then he's like, well, I'm not saying that there's blah, 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 blah. Like, again, if you have to sit there and like walk back your statement, then you're either like a coward about what you believe in, or you just don't know how to talk.
Their enjoyment of a game like this in order to get people to like it, so they'll go buy it, and then, oh, look, well, so-and-so was a great contributor to our campaign. Let's now send them an early copy of Assassin's Creed Shadows, right? Let's send them an early copy of the next one and the next one. And so it's this vicious cycle of
What about people like Mega 64, right? Correct? That doesn't like do that. Like, they don't play games. Like, they're not gameplay streamers or whatever. And they sometimes get like gift bags or whatever from game companies. But guess what? They do more than just that. They make skits and commercials for companies. Like, that's what they do. Okay.
Continuing, get the access, making money on it, saying good things, and it never ends. And this is how you get onto these lists of approved content. And that's why I've never done it. Okay? Quite frankly, I've literally never done that. I never will.
He never will, but when he was with Machinima, he signed up for all these early games, free games, all this stuff. If he was Mr. Moral Man that this fucker wants to LARP as, then why did he tell Machinima he wanted free games? And all of the free games he signed up for, get this, were AAA releases. And then he sees the indie games, and he doesn't want to give them a spotlight. And then this guy will say, oh, these poor indie games, they don't get the spotlight, man. But Mr. Moral Man will just sit there and just contradict himself. Man, shut up.
I refuse to play that game. I'm not going to let someone try to sway what I can say. He got
swayed for fucking spawn seats. Again, if this was Mr. Moral Man, why was he so butthurt about not getting a sponsorship? I thought you don't like sponsorships. Like, the more you think about it, the more bullshit it is. This dude literally has a video on his fucking vlogging, I mean his DSP Reacts channel, where he was so mad at trolls for ruining a sponsorship. But I thought you were Mr. Moral Man. Why did he want a sponsorship then? And this was when he was on Twitch and when he was a live streamer. And this dude will sit there like, why? I could be a sponsor for OP Seats, man. The trolls, they ruined it, man. OP Seats are a bunch of hacks, man. And then he got Spawn Seats and he was immediately in bed with them. And until the trolls made them go out of business. But he's Mr. Moral Man. Everyone else that goes for sponsorships and all this other stuff, fuck them. They're pieces of shit. The times he did it, well, you see, I'm just human, guys. I did it the right way because I truly believe in this stuff. But then, this is such bullshit. It's such bullshit. This dude will tell you he only wants to do sponsorships that he believes in. He did a sponsor with OP Seats, gets kicked out. Well, this business sucks ass. Why did you work with him then? He gets a sponsor with Spawn Seats, gets the chair, says it's great. They go out of business. The chair sucks ass. Why did you get sponsored by them if you think their chairs suck? Like, this dude is such a liar. But guess what, guys? He's only human. He's a weak human little baby, and we gotta give him 1,000 chances. But this other guy who lies, we gotta kill him, okay? Okay.
I'm not going to let someone say, oh, there's a review embargo. So you could play the game early, but you can't actually say anything critical of it until like 2 days before it comes out. Huh? Then why let me play it early? You're literally censoring me.
But okay. This dude is so stupid. There's a review embargo, correct? Okay. He can't be negative for the 2 days. Okay. He could just play the game. And then after the embargo, he could say the game sucks. Like, he doesn't have to say the game is good either. But let's not think like that. This dude will find any loophole he can to milk money from his viewers. But when it comes to, like, playing a video game, he will not look at loopholes for that. No, he won't have that mind for that. But when it comes to, how can I get them to give me their super chat money or their tips? Let me think. I can't do bounties. Maybe challenges? Oh, challenges is a good idea, yeah. Okay.
Then don't give it to me early. If you're going to censor me, I refuse to be censored, right? So that's why I don't play that game. And there was a time, okay? This was around 2016, 2017. All right? I knew a couple people involved in gaming journalism in the industry. And talking.
Oh my god, really? We're gonna... Like, dude, you're talking to Jake James Lugo, man. You're really gonna do this to this guy? Okay, we're gonna go to his channel. I'm just gonna put into perspective that the person who's gonna throw under the bus. Jake James Lugo. This is the guy who has what? How many subs does he have? Like, 3,000 subs. Almost 4,000. DSP has more subs than he does. And we're gonna dog on this guy. 57 views. We're dogging on this guy. Okay.
Talking to them. One of them literally said, you are crazy. They're like, dude, you right now could be getting every game for free. No exaggeration.
What? Wait. Oh my god, is he inventing a person? Who said this? The only thing I can think of is someone commented on his video or whatever saying, I work in the game journalism industry. It's kind of like hurtful or whatever to insinuate that my opinion's invalid because I got a game early. Like, that's not the case, whatever. Which is like, again, it's fine to be cynical when you see reviews or whatever. But then that's why you find someone that you trust and you go off what they say or whatever the fuck. Like, it's on you then at that point if you're cynical. But this dude is gonna throw so many people under the bus, and then when people are like, well, I'm not like that, I'm not talking about you, man. This dude needs to shut up.
You could get every game for free. You would never have to pay a
And
dollar.
then we're also omitting that during this time he was like, I need to save the house. I can't afford it. Oh my god, I'm living day to day by tips, man. Oh my god. And people were probably just telling him that so he could save money and then get more money in return to help his situation. But this dude is gonna mock them for giving him advice when he was being such a bitch ass, broke ass bitch. Oh my god, this dude needs a fucking he needs something in his life.
You get all of them early, get early access, you be able to do these embargo things. You know, like all you got to do is play the game. That's what everyone else is doing.
And everyone's like he has to play the game. Was he a LARPer? Because this dude always puts words in people's mouths all the time. And he's sitting there, it's like, they told me I should play the game and I should be a liar and I should fuck you guys. And I said, no, I'm a moral guy, man. When all the person probably said in reality said, hey, you know, you can always do review copies. They a lot of people in your career do that, and it might give them extra money. It saves them money on buying games because they're getting these games anyway, and this and that. And instead, he says, they told me to sell my soul and to, like, tattoo the game companies on my forehead, man. Like, dude, come on. And again, he said this during a time where he was worried about losing the house. And he's sitting there like, why would they tell me this? I don't know, maybe because you're crying porn all the time.
Around you in the industry, every content creator, every streamer, they're all doing this. They're playing the game and they're getting flown out to events.
And guess what? He said this was in 2016, 2017. He was with Mishima at that time. He got free games from them too, by the way. Then after that, he was part of the Twitch bounty program. He started doing tips goals. He started doing all these things that he said were negative. DSP, you fucking sitting there on your little soapbox being Mr. Moral Man is as enthralling and great as listening to a robber telling me how good of a person he is. This dude is literally just pissing on your leg and telling you it's raining. Like, that's him. That's DSP.
And they're getting their butts kissed and they're getting all this and you're getting nothing. Why are you not doing it? And I was like, because that's not me. I didn't get into this industry.
That's not me, except for when I did it, okay? And then he broke Street Day with Marvel vs. Capcom 3. Now, he didn't do this to get money, man. He did this for money other reasons. But that's still, like, fucked up to do, correct? He got free copies, but I should have hooked him up with that. Dude, and you know, this dude sat there when he was like bitching about Nintendo copying copyrights, claiming people's videos and all this stuff. The second he got managed partnership, he fucking just played Nintendo games. Did not stand in solidarity with his other colleagues or whatever the fuck. This is the guy. Let's say that you're striking, that he's in the same job you are. And you guys are striking because you're not being paid well. You're not being paid well. They're not giving you good hours. They're not treating you well, whatever. So you go on strike. This guy's like, yeah, man, I'm gonna strike, man. He joins the picket line. Then the company's like, okay, we're gonna negotiate. Send me Phil Burnell. And then they send Phil to negotiate. And they're like, okay, Phil, this is what we're going to do. I don't know, this person can go to hell. Okay, so Phil, we want this strike to end. We're going to give you a pay bump. You're going to be paid as much as we are. You know, the bosses. We're going to give you this big fat paycheck. And you can have vacation whenever you want, and this and that. Like, they'll give him like a juicy deal. Maybe even like give him a different job position so he can get paid more or whatever. Right? Correct. And then he says, all you gotta do is end the strike, get them to come back to work, and all this stuff. And he'll fold immediately. He will fold. He'll take the deal. He'll sign his name, and he'll bounce up and down for them. He'll do whatever they want. And then everyone's like, dude, you took the deal. We're getting like treated worse now because of you. And like, my family. I was thinking about my family, man. I can't like not work. He will just shit on all those people who are striking for better pay just so he could get a better pay. And that's who he is. That's who he is. I don't have to even think about that because again, at that high point of when Nintendo was doing this, there were people that were like, "Oh, we're not gonna play Nintendo games," and he was talking about like standing in solidarity, pretty much. He was like, "Yeah, I mean, I know what should play Nintendo games. I'm not gonna play Nintendo games until they reverse this." And then he got managed partnership, and that immediately went away. This dude is the biggest fucking faker you could find. And this is why, like, when he talks about other people striking, people getting laid off, or anything like that, it falls flat. When this dude is like, "Oh, these poor employees," this is... I don't give a fuck what he says. This dude is a piece of shit. I would much rather, like, when other people who worked at these companies have come out and say these things, I'm more inclined to believe them and care what they have to say than what he has to say. What? Like, anyone, like, you know, people like dog on Jason Schreier, and I'm not gonna sit here and tell you what to think about that, but I would much rather listen to Jason Schreier say shit than him. And like, Jason Schreier's whatever. I mean, there's stuff that's questionable at best, sure, but again, at least there are other people other than Jason Schreier that I can also listen to and get the same information and all that kind of stuff. But I would much rather listen to Jason Schreier than him, because at least Jason Schreier, at least he tries to get quotes from people, and he does more legwork than he does. Like, if you were to tell me who would you rather listen to, DSP or Jason Schreier, you know my answer at this point. Because this dude is so fucking fake. He only says this stuff to make him look good. He only wants to pretend that he cares. He doesn't care. He doesn't give a fuck. Because every time when there's a lull in fucking game industry, when games take longer to make, he is just so quick to say we should crunch them. Let's crunch. He benefits off of these developers going through crunch. But then when they're like, "Oh, we're being crunched," "Oh, these poor developers are getting crunched." Look at the fucking Bethesda news. "Oh, they got unionized." Guys, they got unionized. Good for them, but now games are gonna take forever. Dude, if you gave a fuck about these employees, shouldn't that be good? That now they're gonna be able to take their time to make their games and not be crunched? Because, like, this dude is so dumb. This guy he just wants to pretend as if he cares and he has all these morals. But this dude has no morals. He has no morals. This guy literally said that he would never go back to Twitch. Twitch is terrible. This and that. A week later, back on Twitch. And this is the guy that wants to sit there and say, "I'm Mr. Moral Man." Fucking shut up.
To even make a living doing it, that was never my intention. That's number one. That was almost a happy accident.
Wait, what?
I didn't get into this industry, first of all, to even make a living doing it. That was...
Oh my god, you can find fucking clips of him saying he wants to try to make it his job. And the way he was acting made it very, very clear he wanted this to be his job. You're not fooling me, DSP. True gamers know the truth here.
That was never my intention. That's number one. That was almost a happy accident. I was able to do content creation for a living. It was my hobby, not my job.
Yeah,
on top of it, when I got into here,
dude,
I prided myself on being honest with my audience. That when you came by to watch me play a game...
Oh my god, I raised it about him being honest. So you know my point. This dude
always knew you were getting the real me. It wasn't a paid shill.
The real me. Phil, why you were mean to Kojima? I was playing a character. And he said this so many times that he was playing a character and no one understood. This dude needs to fucking like shove his head in a toilet and not flush, just stick his head in there. And don't never leave. Never leave the toilet. Just stay there for a good 24 hours.
But to say that something was better than it really was, right? And there's been very few...
He gave Fallout 4 like a 9 out of 10. And now he's like, "Oh, it's not that good, man." Okay.
Between times when I got something for free, I don't feel like the times that I did that it really skewed my opinion.
Oh my god, dude. Oh my god, it didn't skew my opinion. fucking sure, buddy. You loved LOL, right? Great game. You love it, right? You love it, right? Correct?
That much, if at all. Um,
And then, but the kicker is, I don't think. So he's not even sure. He's not even sure. Because he knows he's being dishonest. Because this dude is a dishonest piece of shit.
And I refused to participate in things like review embargoes. If I got something early and they're like, oh, review embargo till this day, I'm like, I'll just play it on that day then.
Guess what, guys? He kind of did do that, though. He participated in the review embargo. He waited until the day it came out to play Fallout 4. He got the game early. He has a whole fucking video showing it off and showing the contract off and bragging about it. Like, literally, the video was just a brag that he got the game early. This dude is a fucking child.
Wait, what? You're not going to play it early like everyone else? No, I'll play it on the day that I can actually be honest about it. I'll wait till that day. You know? So,
whatever.
Yeah, that's always been me. So I didn't, and you know, admittedly, that's why I declined. Just because everyone else did everything they could to get ahead.
Yes, that's why he declined. You know what? If we agree that that's why he declined, does that mean he'll stop telling us that the trolls made him decline in popularity or whatever the fuck?
Literally everyone else, I get everything for free, everything early, priority access, fly me out, do this, do that.
He got stuff for free though. Dude, shut up. And he got flown out. E3, remember? And he got a panel at like a convention before that, like, he asked for it, whatever the fuck. He got that. That's not special treatment. He got flown out to fucking E3. But he never did it, man. He always paid his way.
I would not play that game. I just want to be true to myself. I'll be the Joe Average dude sitting here playing games with you guys, giving my honest opinions, and you know, I'm happy that over the years I've gotten the level of support I've gotten for being true to myself. I certainly could have been much bigger and much more successful if I had it.
Sure,
but
okay.
I stuck to my guns, right? So, all that being said, what are people saying about Star Wars Outlaws? Well, I'm just going to read a single post, and you judge for yourself if you think this is a legitimate post or if you think this is someone who is spinning it very positively. Okay?
How do you know they're spinning? What if the game's good?
The open world exploration is awesome and massive. It's a lot of fun flying around on the speeder. Nix, your sidekick, can survey the area, fetch weapons, attack and distract enemies. Huge advantage to use him everywhere. You can go in stealth or all guns blazing. I tried both. I much prefer tactical stealth approach. K has an adrenaline meter. You can mark multiple enemies and shoot them all in one go. Nice skill. Sound familiar? Sound like Red Dead Redemption.
Wow.
You tag enemies and you go boom, 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 and insta-kill them all, right?
Whoa, dude. It's like this other game. Wow, it's like that they wanted to make a game that was super safe so that they would at least get some kind of money back. Whoa, dude, that's crazy. And again, this isn't as like chill as you think it is. It's just like, he just says, "Wow, the open world is fun." I mean, anyone can have fun in an open world. I mean, you know, it's an established genre. Like, okay,
they're good. Cutscenes are cinematic and captivating. I felt the lighting in the dark areas was stunning and easy to see. Loads of wild animals wandering around, which you can pet and interact with. Mini games let you gamble and win credits.
All of this just sounds like they're just describing what they did. Like, this really does not sound as much as a positive fluff piece as he thinks it is. Like, you can say, oh, it's mostly positive. Like, he's barely saying this game sucks or whatever. But, again, maybe they just want to be positive. Like, what if they just want to focus on the good things? Like, not everyone wants to just look at the bad. I mean, like, does it really matter? And this isn't, like, very, like, captivating thing. Like, I'm not listening to this and saying, I'm buying the game. This sold me on it. Like, it's just like, oh, okay, that's cutscenes, okay. Oh, you can shoot stuff, okay. Oh, it's okay. Like, sure. Like, it's like, guys, this is life-changing, wow.
Which can then be used in the shops or to bribe guards. Side quests include job offers and contracts. Gameplay feels fluid and smooth. You can run and slide. Sneaking up and stealth attacking guards is satisfying. I thought the music was brilliant.
Oh,
Releases
it's
August
Star
30th.
Wars.
So, you tell me, does that sound like
Oh my god, fat
completely
cat.
honest? Or does that sound like a very, very, very selective review of the game?
Dude, it doesn't even
And the
sound that
vast
positive.
majority of
Like, it
people who
doesn't
have
sound
got
like it doesn't sound negative, but like it just sounded like he just wanted to describe the game. Like, did he say this was his review or just an impressions? Impressions doesn't necessarily mean, oh, they'll be critical. It's just saying, oh, this is what I played and this is like what I like so far. Oh my god, dude! Like it's really a who cares segment. Like that example is a who cares. Wow, he had fun playing a game. We should put him in jail, right?
have gotten this early are all saying exactly the same shit. It's almost as if they were giving talking points to hit upon and touch upon in their early access discussions, right?
Oh my god,
So
dude! Like half of the
you
stuff
be
is
the
like
judge.
easy
The
to
gameplay is out there right now. A
whatever.
lot of people have put out the raw gameplay, and you can watch it. It's first 4 hours they were allowed to put out. So give
I
it a
hate
look
how he pets
yourself.
Jasper. By the way, I don't know
But
why.
the game comes out in a month.
It just
Do you
seems
think it's
like his
good or
hand
not?
just
Right?
stops working.
So
It's
I
like
wonder.
it's like his hand
wonder.
goes limp.
I
Petting
will
him.
likely. I will likely look for some gameplay myself. Blah.
Why?
And try to
Why is he
watch
looking for gameplay? Why is he looking for gameplay? I thought, it's gonna be full of shills. Why are you watching the gameplay, Phil? And then this dude will say, oh, I'm going in cold turkey, man. I'm going in cold turkey. He's gonna watch fucking gameplay videos. I thought you prided yourself on not being spoiled, stupid. I just love that this dude has slowly, quietly just went back on his, get this, his morals. Oh, I'm not gonna people who watch fucking combo videos and how to play a character, they're stupid. That's not how you learn a fighting game. Guys, I just watched a Blanca video, and I understand how to play Blanca, man. I watched this guy play Geef, I understand how to play Geef, man. Oh, but now, I'm not gonna watch gameplay videos because I'm gonna play the game and I'm gonna experience it firsthand. And now he's watching gameplay videos. Wow, what happened? What happened? It's really like the Phil we all know died, and this is like a fucking clone. Like this guy killed the actual Phil, and we're left with this, whatever this is.
Watch some of it. To see what I think. I'm certainly not watching 4 hours worth because that's a huge spoiler, right?
Oh,
But I'd like to at least see a little bit of what the game's supposed to be without monstrous
wow,
spoilers.
he's not gonna watch literal 4 hours. What a statement! Wow, how many videos are actually 4 hours long?
I think that's the problem, is when you get a 4-hour preview of a game.
But again, what is the difference, right? From watching a gameplay trailer or whatever at these fucking gaming events and then doing this. He will sit there and say, I don't watch trailers, man. Except for when he forces himself to. But then he'll watch this. And then he does this with fucking Jasper, where he'll just like shove his face in his bag. Like, you think this is fun content? And like, man, it just looks so lame. And then for a while, he kept talking through Jasper. Like, it makes me just want to like fucking punch Phil.
Or it's out. Now you're spoiled on the game. And what are you going to do the first 4 hours when you play it?
Imagine if this dude had a baby. Imagine if he had a human baby. He would, the baby would crawl into the office. I'm saying this as if like they're just gonna let the baby just roam free, but then he'll just pick up like, all right, look at the baby. Oh my god! So PewDiePie fucking did a backflip. Can you believe that? Oh my god! What the fuck? I'm like hearing weird shit. Whatever.
Play it yourself. You play what you already saw. Well, that's boring, right, Jasper?
That's boring. And the Jasper looks fucking pissed too. Looks like he fucking hates being there.
Okay.
I've never seen a cat look so miserable.
That is it. That is not what I wanted to click. That is it for the news.
All right, we are done with that. We are done with that. Discussing medications. We're not doing that. Generous donation. Here we go. It is wild. The majority of the rest of the video is just addressing this one tip. So, get hyped. Get hyped.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, this morning at 10 a.m. before I even started broadcasting. I received an incredibly generous.
I like that he got that tip before he started the broadcast. And that dude had to wait longer. He read through all these other shout outs. In the past, if you tipped overnight, you'd be the first he'd shout out. But this guy had to wait. Because of course.
$100 tip.
And then he gives you the $100 like bullshit. Because he's so appreciative.
$100.
I was raised to say, 100 macaroonies.
Huh. I like to dance, but I don't really.
Now get this. Now he's gonna do the meme of like, I'm so sick, man. Which is like so fucking fake. He was able to lift up Jasper and wiggle around, but doing this is too much. This is too much. And the thing that's like funny is that in this video he talks about milking and all this other stuff. But the dance he's doing in the GIF and the things he does is literally milking motions. Literally, it's like him just gleefully milking. Like, yeah, man. Like, he's not doing anything else. He's just furiously milking.
Really have energy.
Look, he's just milking, and he's just like, yeah, man. Like, he's just like having a time of his life milking. Just like it's just milk. This is him milking the $100 tipper. This is what he does when people go to his streams and they give him $100. This is what he does. This is him milking them. Like, oh man, guys, $100, time to milk. Isn't it funny that that's the $100 animation? Is him doing the milk dance? I give you $100. I'm milking. And then he coughs.
My nose is running.
So that we know he's sick.
I can't even shout out stuff because my nose won't stop running. Oh my god.
His nose is running. That's why he coughed. Don't think about it.
From Kino Casino. They really are good guys over there, man. They go after people, sure, but people who deserve it.
They go after people who deserve it. That is almost how everyone ever who makes drama content feels when they make their content. Like, dude, Keem feels like the people he goes after deserve it. Like, anyone can feel that way. And I like that we're praising Kino Casino for doing that when anyone can feel that. Rich could feel that too. But no, it means this is genuine this time around. Those other people, they do it for attention. Unlike Kino Casino, they do it because they're on a moral crusade.
You've been maligned for years. It's just unfair. Take care, bro.
It's unfair. Yeah, right. This guy, fuck this guy.
So, that is awesome. Thank you to whoever this is. They didn't put a name on it. But, as I said, yeah, these guys from Kino Casino, be really nice to me. And, can I be honest? Can I talk?
Again,
take care, bro.
Take care, bro. You've been maligned for years. It's just unfair, dude. How is it unfair? This dude gets so many chances. This dude got so many chances. This dude got banned off of Twitch. And then he walked that back to a 72-hour ban. Then it got wiped down to a 24, 48-hour ban, whatever the fuck. He got an indefinite suspension, walked all the way back to a 24-hour suspension. And he had a fucking contact. But this dude, he doesn't get treated fairly. Everyone has given this dude a chance. Everyone. Literally, I think, say what you will about Kino Casino. I just think that you can fluff up his ego without giving him money or attention. He just doesn't deserve it. No matter what, even if you're doing a long con, he doesn't deserve it. Because this dude will just get the benefit. Because think about it. This dude is getting $100 tips from people who are coming from Kino Casino or whatever the fuck. And it's just, unless they're all professional chargeback people, and then you know how to get all their money back, this is just him benefiting from it. And then at worst, he's going to say, yeah, they're stupid. Then go in a victim mode complex, then get rewarded for that. And then there we go. it's just gonna be that same loop because this dude will just milk. He's just gonna milk. And this dude doesn't deserve it. This dude just deserves to be, like, as DSP wants. He wants to be left alone. Oh, he should. He should be left alone. He should be left alone to die in a fucking gutter.
So, that is awesome. Thank you to whoever this is. They didn't put
and a lot of this isn't like, oh, because he's a bad person, whatever. The reason why I don't think this dude deserves any other chances because he's gotten so many of them. And he squandered all. He squandered all of them. He never, like, uses the momentum positively. He always squanders it. And all he has going for him is victim mode. So, Kinokazin could do whatever, but guess what? DSP's gonna go victim mode, and then his audience will be like, oh my god, Phil, here's a $150 tip, man. Fuck the trolls, I can't believe it, man. And this and that. And then some other fucking schmuck is gonna come around and say, I can't believe they did that, Phil. You know what? I love you and your content. Fuck the trolls. He might even get a new 1 Minute Man. What if? What if he did? Like, sure, these are all what ifs and speculative to be completely fair, but this dude just doesn't deserve, like, any other, like, thing to milk, to get milk to milk of, because this dude knows how to milk.
A name on it. But as I
we'll
said,
the only thing I'm looking forward to with Kino Casino is the victim mode. I think that's the only thing that I'm, like, looking forward to, because hopefully maybe even he might go even more, like, crazy. And that's it. That's, like, the silver lining in this whole thing is that he'll just have more trust issues. But then again, you know, he's done this song and dance before, and I might have him double down on his little Mr. Moral complex.
Yeah, these guys from Kino Casino, you know, be really nice to me. And, you know, can I be honest? Can I talk?
But this is the shit, though. This is the other silver lining to it. Get a load of this. Get a load of this. So many people have been nice to this guy. And guess what? Guess what? You're not gonna believe it. They don't count. But Kino Casino being, like, kind of by calling him king? Wow.
Talk a little bit about it? Would you guys like to talk a little bit about it? Because
no, you're not allowed to talk about it, Phil. Go play Fallout.
A lot of people have been asking me stuff about this recently. So this is anonymous. Okay. So basically, I think what's happening is it's pretty simple. All right. Over the years, there's been a group of people on the internet called Lolcows. Okay.
Whoa.
Typically, these are people who end up getting a group of haters, trolls, detractors, whatever you want to call them, who do everything in their power.
But why do they get detractors and trolls and haters, Phil? Like, I just love his definition of what a lolcow is. Kind of skips the middle part. It goes straight to the end. Because really what it is a dude who gets made fun of once, doesn't know how to respond to it, gets mad about it, gives them a reaction, and never learns. And then it just goes on from that. Like they just don't know how to respond to it. And then they just kind of, like, they end up where DSP and Wings and Boogie are all at.
Power to mess with them, to elicit a response. Correct?
Because you engaged with those people. Like, you didn't ignore them, you didn't just ban them, he just sat there and antagonized them. And he still kind of does it in weird ways.
That's really what it is. Lolcow culture is like, we're going to do stuff to mess with someone's life. To milk them, essentially.
I don't think these people who hate on lolcows are going in thinking, we're going to milk them. Like, that's something completely different. Like, that's not why people get lolcows. Like, come on. Whatever.
For content. Right? Now, I've been grouped in with this group of people, but it's groups of people such as Low Tier God, Wings of Redemption, Boogie, and many others. Okay, it's not just us, but we're like the more prominent ones people know about,
The
right?
prominent Lolcows.
But
They're
thing
the
that's been
top of the
happening
pack on with this.
in the last several years,
They're the
and
mainstream
it's
Lolcow.
been a long time coming, in my opinion. And you could see the writing on the wall, just that a lot of people don't want to see it.
Oh my
Is that
god. Here we go. This gas up is insane. It was a thing coming, dude. Back in what, 2019, whatever the fuck he did a debunk stream, that was him saying people are finally the internet has finally looked back at me and said that I was cool and they love me again. Like that's why he did it. Like I don't want to go back to it because this is gonna make the video even more stupidly long. But this dude was literally bragging about how the internet looked at him again during that. Again, this is why I don't think this dude deserves any other chances. This isn't the first time this has happened, that people have been kind to him. And this dude literally acts as if no one was kind to him. Like, this dude is like... It's, you know, I've been watching Mad Men. Great show, lovely show, fun show. Like, John Hamm is so good in that show, man. But there was a scene. I started watching season 7 of it. I think it's the final season, so I started watching that. And there's a scene with Betty, and she had a bad time with her son because the son traded his lunch to a girl for gumdrops because I think the girl didn't have any lunch, so he felt bad for her. So he thought he was doing the right thing by doing that. Whatever. The mom got mad at him, and then like she tells her husband that she thinks that her kids all grew up to hate her. She just thinks that they don't love her, and it's like, and it is kind of like a mental health man. You know what I mean? And that's what DSP goes through. It's like he's like, no one loves me, and he has a fucking wife. He has a wife, and he's like, no one's been nice to me. Like, you know, and this dude just doesn't want to look at the positives in his life. And this is the guy. Him. This fucker who sits there and says, I'm happy now. I'm so positive. I'm positive now than I was back then, man. And now he's telling you, oh, people are finally treating him nicely. Fucking shut up. Get fucking punched.
Once you get to a certain point, okay, it kind of gets tired. The narrative continues. So long.
No, the thing is, this dude only cares about the fucking stuff. And then when you bring up other stuff, like if I were to bring up that his gaming, like people bring up that his podcast is too long, right? Correct? Which it is. It's like an hour and 30, and it's like one dude who says nothing. Like the thing is, I have seen podcasts go to that length and all this stuff, but they have a lot to talk about or whatever. But this dude will literally sit there and just do like this. Guys, got any questions? No one's asking me anything. You guys want to stop the podcast? You gotta say something, man. Okay, maybe we should end it. Okay, no one's asking any questions? It's that, over and over, and he meanders a lot, and he's sitting there like, and then when you say the podcast is too long, he's like, fuck you, stupid, it's not long. Or if you say like, oh, Phil, I think you're being negative to this one guy that said that your mini PC has fans. They're being mean first, or whatever the fuck. He always has an excuse. But so any new thing that you find problematic from Phil, he will just discredit it and dismiss it. And only focus on stuff that either he can't disprove and say it's false, or whatever the fuck, and then say it's tiring. As if it's like a video game. Dude, grow up. Grow the fuck up. Like, if you can't disprove the mobile game stuff, then so be it. Just move on. But there's other stuff that people are criticizing you about, and you just dismissing it doesn't make it less true.
And what you start to see is a division. You start to see people who are like, oh, well, if people are going to make fun of me and mess with me, I'm gonna ride that wave. I'm going to use that as my way to get over on the internet. I'm going to take that bag. I'm going to make money doing it. I'm going to milk. Well, if people are going to make fun of me and mess with me, I'm going to ride that wave. I'm going to use that as my way to get over on the internet.
But guess what? DSP does that. He does that. He does it. He does it. He does it. Literally. There are like Discord leaks of him literally saying he keeps some people around just to drain their money. And that's what he does. That's why people like Snow Carl or whatever the fuck that keep tipping him saying, Phil, like who just bait him on rants. He keeps them around so that he could take their dollar. Until they serve their purpose, then they're banned. But he'll keep them as long as he needs to. Like 672. 672 is that guy he keeps around because he gives them money. Rich was that. Rich would show up to his stream, make fun of him, but DSP would keep him around because guess what? Rich was like a super duper supporter and he kept super chatting $10. Of course, DSP kept him around until get this. Rich watched Secret Limited's video about WWE champions. Guess what happened after that? He banned him because that was too personal. Everything else that he'd ban anyone else for, he keeps them around. But Rich, he bans him because he got too personal. He flew too close to the sun. He does that with even troll tips. He takes the tip, doesn't count it, doesn't refund it, and fights to keep the money when it gets charged back. These are tips he knows are from trolls, and they might get charged back. So he doesn't refund the tip ahead of time. He keeps it so that there's a reason to be charged back. Now, the only thing I could think of is that maybe there's some weird thing where even if you're refunded, they could still charge you back or whatever the fuck, which I don't know if that's true. That sounds insane because the person got their money back, so what's there to charge back? But he keeps the money, presumably. But he doesn't count it. So, isn't that riding the wave of negativity and taking trolls' money? Of course not. He has gotten $100 tips of people making gout jokes. Okay.
On the internet. I'm going to take that bag. I'm going to make money doing it. I'm going to milk my trolls and...
But again, since he's not going out of his way to do it, it's okay because these other people doing it against his will. But him not banning them, like, what does that kind of send? Again, this dude moderates his chat. He has rules. Yet, he lets some people get away with doing shit because they give him money. And he's like, well, man, what am I supposed to do? Ban them. But this dude is so afraid that they're gonna say, I gave him money and he banned me. But dude, they trolled you. Like, at some point, you're just gonna have to say, I banned him because he was trolling, but he waits for it to become a monster, and then he has to rant on them. Like, this dude does not see the problem here.
Get them to come watch content that I'm making that's Lolcow-esque and the like. On the flip side of that, there's people who are involved with this who are like, I just want nothing to do with this. I'm just a normal person. I don't know how I ever got involved to begin with, right? I got sucked in against my will.
I got sucked in.
All I want to do is sit here and make.
But how come all these stories that I've seen of these Lolcows always starts with they did this, and then when I did that, they did this? Like, you think Christian would be where they are now if Christian just did not upload videos or antagonize the trolls or whatever the fuck? Like, you think that they would be where they are now? I mean, maybe not legally, because, I mean, incest is incest, but his reputation online, I should say, would that be the same? Probably not. Probably the biggest thing would be the incest, and maybe that they're trans or whatever would be the problem here. But no, Christian did a lot more than just transition and then have some special time with his mom. I think there was more stuff going on in Chris's life that made him where he is. I mean, it's Chris Chan. I mean, come on now, dog.
You're living, having fun, chilling with you guys, and be left alone. Really, I want nothing.
He wants nothing to do with them. So when Keemstar was trying to get him on his show, why didn't he just say no? Again, he didn't just say no. He kept him on the hook, teasing him that it was a possibility. When anyone with a brain knew he was gonna turn it down for many reasons. Because if you let's assume that it's not Keemstar and it was Billy, you think he was gonna say yes? Maybe if it was a one-time interview, but he's not gonna do a regular show when he wants to make games, not make games, make gameplay streams and get paid for that. Like, he's not gonna do that, Billy. He's just not. He needs to milk his audience. But since Keem is Keem, and Keem has just enough of a hater base because they don't like what Keem does as a content creator, he doesn't want to be associated with that. Meanwhile, back in 2016, he was willing to talk to Keem. He was willing to be on Drama Alert. He wanted to be a guest star. But when he started noticing that people are like, hey, this guy's content may be problematic, and it was just enough people to say that to the point where he might have issues with that, or whatever the fuck, like he didn't want anything to do with it. But and then he started getting married to the whole ethical aspect of it, even though he doesn't believe in the shit he talks about. But since Keem is Keem, you know what happened. It all just plays itself.
I want nothing to do with it at all, correct? Nothing. So, the funny part about this is, it's gone two ways. Some of these lolcows went so far in one way that now they have the entire ire of the internet on them. Take a look at what's been going on with Boogie recently, right?
Dude, we're just ignoring the fact that Boogie lied about his cancer diagnosis. Like, I don't think Boogie being on Lolcow Live, like, did that. I think it's just people are mad at, like, let's say that never happened. Would Boogie have the ire of the internet on him still? It'd probably be no different than where he was before. But since the cancer thing, it peaked, and now I think people are just like over it because it became like, let's milk this attention. It's just whatever. But you think, like, this dude is brain dead.
I mean, that's his fault. I warned him. You can't be having your end-all be-all.
And also, wasn't the cancer thing, the beginning of it, wasn't that, like, even before Lolcow Live anyway? I don't know. I don't follow Boogie. I don't know. I just know the cancer diagnosis was fake. I don't know the full story about that or how he got to that conclusion of him having it, but whatever.
On the internet, be that you're a lolcow and just continuously be involved with drama and over-the-top nonsense and doing it on purpose to make money, it's not going to turn out well for you, right? But he does what he wants to do. He doesn't listen to anyone. He makes the same mistakes over and over.
Because the thing is, Boogie thinks he's funny. Like, all these lolcows, they think they're funny, talented individuals. They have no, like, self-awareness or anything. Like, I don't think that my videos are great, and I don't think I'm super funny. I may think that I may say something funny, sure, or whatever the fuck, but I'm not telling people, or whatever, or doing stuff that I think is, like, hilarious even, whatever, you know? But whatever. I mean, I'm also not self-deprecating, like, in a pathetic way either. I mean, dude, like, come on.
Where he is right now, okay? For me, I've done everything I can to avoid it. And the thing is, if you follow me, right, you'll see the difference between me and these other people. Every freaking week or two, there's new drama involving these people, right? Every week or two, there's something new.
Dude, they're doing Lolcow Live. I mean, that probably, like, bolsters the topic a little bit more. But I also don't think it is as much as it is anymore. Like, I don't hear a lot of people talking about Lolcow Live the same way they did when it started. Or even with the cancer thing. It's just now it's just a show. Like, come on. And he's acting as if it's like the talk of the town.
Going on, that they've done something ridiculous, over the top, nonsensical. And it's like, what is going on? With me, it's like, why are people even bringing my name up? What has happened dramatic with me in the last...
People talk about him because of his behavior to his own fucking chat, how he streams, the amount of money he makes, whatever the fuck. This is insane delusion. Insane delusion. Like, This dude, and every time he talks about like, oh, back then I would do this and that, but you go back into the fucking rants he did, it was always about making money. He never went out of his way to shit on someone unless someone like poked him, like he does now. The same shit now. I did this because they oh my god, they insulted me first. The same shit. The same shit. And this dude wants to revise history to make him seem like he was doing like drama alert stuff back then, but he didn't. Every fucking video, and even back then, he would say, "Oh, I'm getting out of drama. The trolls are trying to bring me down." The same talking points every year, and this dude is telling you, looks at you straight in the eye, and says, "Oh, I was awful back then, but now I'm not like that." Dude, you're the same person, but now you're just a liar. You just put on a persona more now than ever. This dude did not even put on that shirt because he wanted to. He did it because people made fun of him. Everything he has done was a reaction of people bullying him. He never sat there like, you know what, I want to do a little variety. I want to change shirts. It was because LTG made fun of him. He didn't want to change shirts because he wanted to. And then, get this, he gets these shirts and they're all tacky. They're all ugly and corny ass shirts because, well, it's summertime. Thus, I must wear button-down short-sleeve shirts with summer themes on them. Oh, it's winter, so I'm going to be wearing long sleeves. It's not genuine. Especially when he wore short-sleeve shirts during winter. And guess what? Guess what, guys? He only wore long sleeves back in, 2017? Saying he wore that because he was saving money on heating. That's why you'd see that. Guys, I am so sick, guys. I just coughed. I muted because I was so sick.
Several months to a couple of years, honestly. The shit that people bring up is exactly the same shit that they brought up for the past 5 years. Nothing new has happened. Nothing new is happening.
Yeah, maybe that's the problem. If I'm bringing up how much of a piece of shit you are, maybe that's because you're not changing as a person. He claims he's changed, but he changed in a superficial way. Every change he made is superficial. It's not meaningful, as these people love to say. It's all just superficial stuff. Guys, I had a LED light behind me. Guys, I'm wearing different shirts. Wow, you want a cookie? Wow.
Happening. I've grown, I've improved, I make less mistakes now than I ever did before. And all I want to do is be left alone. I don't want...
What did he improve on? The camera he got? He didn't buy it. Someone else bought it for him. He didn't improve his own content on his own. If it wasn't for these people giving him all this stuff, we wouldn't be having what we have now. Literally, we wouldn't. Literally. He wouldn't have an Xbox Series X. He wouldn't have that chair. He wouldn't have this camera. He wouldn't have the Victrix. He wouldn't have anything if it wasn't for them. And then he brags. About people buying him toys. But he improved, guys. Okay. He got a mini PC. Barely uses it. And then when people were trying to help him with it, he yelled at them. And then, he never had the self-awareness that maybe how he reacted to it was a little stupid. Again, you go back to it, it makes no sense. It's all inconsistent. He does the podcast. The person at the end of the podcast, during shout-out, says, contributes about the PC, saying, oh, there's fans, whatever the fuck. He yells at them, saying, we're not talking about the PC anymore, stupid. We're talking about this. You're just being a troll, fuck you, blah, blah, blah. Just being negative and insulting the person. Then, you realize he's wrong. He starts the next podcast talking about how he's wrong. Then, gets mad because the person is saying, during that segment, that he should apologize. Then told them, well, we're not doing shoutouts now, and you're demanding I apologize. But that's not fair, right? Because he changed. But he didn't. Every time he's in a position where he has to apologize, he never does it. Like a 1 Minute Man. He argued with him about woke politics and Fallout, when he could have easily just said, I don't think it's woke, I think it's fine, or whatever the fuck, and then say, hey man, it is what it is. or whatever. He tells him to shut up, and then one man leaves. Doesn't apologize, because that's a sign of weakness. I think there's another example I could think of this year where all he had to do was apologize, and he got so mad that he didn't want to do it. Or whatever the fuck. Because this guy really feels, I feel genuinely, that apologizing is a sign of weakness. That's why he only apologizes when he can get rewarded for it. He doesn't genuinely apologize. Because if you're genuinely sorry, you're not looking to get some kind of reward. Look at this stuff with Rich. He wished him well only because he wanted Rich to leave him alone. If he was genuinely concerned for his fucking daughter, or whatever, or his kid, or his family, he would not care if Rich made fun of him the next day or not. He wouldn't. Because that's not important. His kid's in the hospital, Phil. Why do you care how Rich treats you? That you shouldn't care, because you're such a nice guy, right? Oh, of course, right? Like, dude, come on. He wants everyone to be nice to him, but he will never be nice to anyone else. Unless they're nice to him, like Kino Casino. Since Kino Casino called him king and sucked his dick and gave him people that were going to give him a lot of money, they're such cool people and they're amazing. Even though, what if they're being two-faced about it? I mean, they called Cat fat. Now, if anyone else called Cat fat, guess what? They're banned. But since Kino Casino did it, it's okay because they called him king. Remember, guys, he's not a narcissist. At all.
Live as part of Lolcows
and again,
culture.
As I said, that's the silver lining to all this. By the end, he's gonna, like, it's gonna be very interesting to see what it's gonna be that's gonna be the final straw. What is gonna be the thing that will make him turn against Kino Casino? What will they do to make him turn around? Because at this point, they have to do something very negative. But since DSP is DSP, it could be something very minor too. You'll never know. Because this dude is insane.
Culture. I don't want to milk it. I don't want to make money off of it. I just want to make positive content for my audience, right? I want to be left alone. That's a far different attitude than the people who lean into it, right? For personal gain. So what's happened is a couple things. Number one, I think in the last few years, people have started to separate me from the other Lolcows, especially when Keemstar was dying to have
I mean, people can, like, feel different opinions about different Lolcows. Some people may say, oh, this person's not as bad as that person, whatever. Like, people are made fun of for different reasons. Like, it's not, again, another example from Mr. The world is in black and white. Making fun of Lolcows isn't black and white. They're not all made fun of for the same reason or the same severity. Like, come on.
On his stupid ass podcast, and I refused. And I basically gave him the middle finger and said, fuck you, I want...
That's not what happened. That's not what happened. Literally, that's the complete opposite what happened. In fact, it's even more pathetic what happened. Keem kept asking me, he's like, contact me? You can contact me other ways? Okay, email me? Okay, do this, do that, do this, do this, do this, whatever. He jumped through all these hoops, still didn't get a hold of him, went to his chat, and then he said, do you want me to ban you? And this and that, because he couldn't contact him correctly. And regardless, this dude has literally stopped his stream for less. It's insane that this dude will say he called during my business. I can't pick up the phone during my business, but this dude will literally stop the stream to look out his window to see if the garbage truck came. He stopped what he was doing to see where Jasper is for no reason. He has done this before, and he couldn't just pause the stream to pick up the phone for a $50K offer? No, dude, you just didn't want to do it, and you just liked the attention Keem was giving you, and he reveled in seeing Keem just thirst for him. Again, the thing that makes it pathetic is that DSP just didn't just like the attention. That behavior is infinitely pathetic. To just sit there and revel in the attention and then cry victim. dude, you kept giving Keem a hard time to reach you. And some people, when they go through that, they get more worked up about it. And then he gets mad that Keem got worked up about it. Well, dude, maybe if you were direct, because again, who would come out looking pathetic if DSP said no immediately? Day one of being told that he wanted him on the show for $50K, and he said no immediately. Like, people can say, well, at that point, people just have a different opinion on business decision. But guess what? Who would look pathetic if they kept hounding Phil if he said no? DSP would look. Oh, no, I mean Keem. But that didn't happen because DSP is such a little diva. He loved the attention, and then he bragged about having Keem beg him to go on his show. And that makes DSP look pathetic. For some bizarre reason, DSP always goes for the pathetic route in any circumstance. When he's in someone else's chat, he always acts either like a pathetic little bitch or like, guys, can make fun of me. Guys, can make fun of me if you want, guys. I'm cool with it. Yeah, man. Watch the video of me eating corn funny, man. But then he'll go on his little fucking stream and be like, I'm a badass, guys. Yeah, I gave Keem the middle finger. When Keem was on the little podcast with Craig and Adam, Diaz was like, Keem, I respected you. Keem, you are someone who, Keem, like, you hurt people sometimes with your content. I respect your content, but you gotta realize, man, like, he was trying to be the guy that was gonna be the epiphany for Keem. Like, I bet you, if Keem the next day said, guys, my content is negative and toxic, I'm not doing Lolcow Live anymore, I'm changing my content forever now, DSP would have the biggest erection. He would be so happy. He would go on stream and with the biggest grin on his face, and he would be the happiest little piggy ever. But that didn't happen because Keem is Keem. But this is DSP. This is his life. He acts like a little bitch. He couldn't even say when he was on his stream, Keem, your content sucks ass. I don't like I think your content hurts people. And, I think that you're an awful person. And this and that. He couldn't even say that to his face. He immediately folded and was like, oh, I mean, like, and then he completely fell on his face when he tried to bring up specific drama that he didn't even remember. It was so pathetic. Again, if you're gonna call someone out for something they did to their face, you better know the names of shit. You can't just say, because that's how pathetic it is when someone tries to call DSP. Phil, you did the thing with the guy, and then the thing happened, and then this happened, and it's like, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, dude, if you're gonna shoot your shot, be sure the gun's loaded. You can't just sit there and just aim wildly and hope a fucking stray hits. You're gonna have to know what you're doing. And DSP is such a pathetic person. He's so pathetic, and he acts like he's such a tough guy. This is literally like a little dog trying to go off on a fucking bigger dog, and it's like, dude, that dog's gonna kill you. What are you doing? What are you doing right now? And this dude is sitting there yeah, I gave Keem the middle finger. No, dude, it was way more pathetic than that. You were sitting there on your little stream, tee-heeing over Keem noticing you. And then, when he started noticing a little bit too much, you were threatening to get a restraining order. Dude, you were crying to get help, to get Keem off you. And you're saying that you gave him the middle finger? Dude, you're the most pathetic person I've ever seen. So many people had more of a backbone to stand up against Keem than DSP. There are people who had to deal with Keem directly, and they have more of a backbone than DSP. And DSP does deals with them adjacently, and those people, at least, they had to deal with Keem going after them directly and aggressively. The shit DSP deals with Keem was that Keem was aggressively trying to give DSP money. That was what was going on. And DSP was like, I need to get a restraining order. This guy's crazy. But DSP, come on. Come on. More people have dealt with Keem, had more of a backbone than he does. And he falls immediately. He falls down immediately. Because this dude's a bitch when it comes to shove. When push comes to shove, he will fall over. That's why when you're on strike and this guy is with you, you know that strike's fucked immediately. This guy is gonna fall down immediately. Because this guy has no spine. Figuratively and literally. This dude is so pathetic. And then he's like, yeah, no one, people are they don't know what they're talking about when they make fun of me, man. Dude, you're a bitch. You're a bitch. When it comes to anything, you're not even honest about who you are. Come on. Come on.
I want nothing to do with you or your content, ever. I'm not like you, okay? I think a lot of people respected that. You know, said, wow, we thought for sure someone, you know, if Phil claims he's hard up on money sometimes, and we thought for sure he'd take
oh
the
my
payday.
god, and then we get the added jerk, the jerk off. Oh my god. Yeah, guys, I was a poor bitch begging for money, and I turned him down. Everyone knew you were gonna turn him down because you hate Keem, remember? But you love the attention a little too much. His love for attention outweighs the logic so bad. Like that's the greatest weakness of this guy. You give him attention, he'll immediately fall down. Like that's the funniest thing. You know, the other thing the other silver lining with this whole Kino Casino arc is the chat posts. Dude, you read the chat posts he makes, it is another world. It is so funny and hilarious that this is the guy that goes on podcasts yelling about how people fall for hot tub streamers. Oh, these streamers, they pretend to be your friend and this and that to get money out of you. All this stuff. He goes to Kino Casino, gets called king. Huge fanboy of Kino Casino. Immediately loves them. This is the behavior DSP literally mocks when it comes to hot tub streamers. But he falls for it the most. He falls for a lot of these scams the most. Again, it blows my mind that he had to tell us. There was a phishing email he saw, and he was like, wow, man, this is like big. It's like, I guarantee you, if you write an email good enough, he will fall for it. Like, literally, when Super Puppy was going after him, he clicked the link. He clicked the link of his. And people were like, oh, dude, you got your fucking IP leaked now. Immediately, because he fell for it. This dude falls for so much shit all the time. But then he goes really paranoid over nonsense. When he got that Victrix stick, he was like, I don't know if it's gonna be that Victrix stick. It could be something else. You never know with these trolls, man. Like, this dude is so bizarre with this shit. But this dude, he is the biggest Derek. And it's insane. This dude literally was thirsting for Kino Casino so bad in this chat. He loved the attention. He loves them. This dude has more chemistry with Kino Casino than his own fucking wife. He's already teasing doing co-op with them. And watch, when they do the co-op, I guarantee this dude will I'll talk to them a lot. And if that happens, guess what? It's even funnier. This dude barely talked to Brian. Brian, you know, that dude he said was his streamer friend or whatever the fuck. Barely talks to Brian. It was really like what Piece of P said. A kid at another dude's table, and they're just and he's just there. He's just there. But guess what? Since Kino Casino was sucking his dick just enough, I guarantee you this dude is gonna talk to them a lot more. Because Kino Casino are his friends. Because that's what he does. Literally, back when he was on Twitch, when he saw a partnered streamer show up in chat, he honed in on that dude in chat a lot. And was like talking only to him. And then if they left, he wouldn't care. He would go back to being dead. Because this dude really loves his chat, correct?
and he'd jump on there with the other clowns, right? But he didn't. I think that actually built up a lot of respect in different communities for me. Not to say these communities.
No, it didn't. Literally, people who had a critical mind and paid attention knew you were being a little bitch and a little diva about it. Because I did not see anyone, except for fucking DSP LARPers and fans, say, "Wow, Phil, you're so cool." No one else. No one else. Like, in order for that to happen, there needed to be some fresh Keem drama that DSP would need to attach himself to for people to say, "Wow, guys, DSP is right here." But that never happened, fortunately. Because imagine if it did, it would be fucking disgusting. It would be even worse. Because he would go mega ego mode. But this is ego mode enough.
Communities like me, but these are communities that used to group me in the worst of the worst. And I'm like, well, wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
Actually sounds like he's actually not that bad anymore. Right? Now, on the flip side of this, what's happened over the years is those people who used to be my biggest critics, the people who used to be my milkers and milk me for content, have finally...
Now, I love that he's specifically talking about Rich, but he's leaving it so open-ended, you could think he's talking about everyone. Like, we all got exposed. We all figured out what Tevin was into, and all his other shit. Oh my god, guys. But no, it's just Rich. Rich is literally the person he's talking about. And it's like, not meaningful because Rich is going through his own shit, and there's a lot of factors in it. Which, again, if DSU was in that position, I don't think he'd be, like, bouncing up and down for this one.
Had the tables turned on them.
And again, this is the guy that says that people should be given second chances. People should be allowed to, like, make mistakes, blah, blah, blah. And then says that, oh, Rich, like, I don't revel in Rich's misfortune. But then says that he's basically saying that Rich deserved what's coming to him. Like, you can't really brag about being a nice guy when you talk like this, dude. But since you talk like this all the time, you deserve what's coming, I guess.
On them, right? All of a sudden, their closets cracked open and a giant pile of skeletons jumped out.
And again, the thing is that's so stupid about this. Rich was always a lolcow. He never was. He's talking as if people only now are making fun of him. No, they've been making fun of him for years. For fucking years. Like, dude, come on. People knew he was a piece of shit. It's just the reason why people are speaking more about him was there was a lot of stuff that happened that was like, that fueled the fire even more. But dude, why didn't you show us your WWE Champions account? And this dude is being so disingenuous. Like, dude, fucking shut up. This isn't you participating in drama, though. He's sitting there saying all this stuff, but this is him, in a way, benefiting off of Rich having drama. Because guess what? He's benefiting off of people noticing that Rich has more skeletons than he does. Isn't that him benefiting from that, from the attention that he's getting now? Shouldn't you not care? Why does he just act the way he wants other people to act? Because this dude says this stuff, but then he doesn't understand that maybe people talk about people because of shit like this going on. Like, compare the difference between what happened to Boogie and what happened here. And he's pretty much saying what's happening to Rich is deserved, but Boogie, well, he's on the Lolcow Live, man, so it's just doing whatever.
And as the skeletons jumped out, people were like, wait a minute. Hold on a second. This is the person who used to rail on Phil every day for stuff.
No, by the way, when this happened to Rich, no one said, I've never seen anyone sit there and say, wait a second, guys, this guy railed on Phil, and look at him now. People just sat there and said, well, this guy who's a bitch is a bitch. Oh no, excuse me. This guy who's a bitch and a dumbass is a bigger bitch and a bigger dumbass. Like, dude, come on. And then guess what? This will eventually die down, and guess what's gonna happen? Like, come on. And this is a dude who's not reveling in people's misfortune. And he's sitting there saying that this dude deserves to be dogged on. But this behavior, this very behavior, DSP said was bad, by the way. That people have a bad day, they have a good day. This is DSP pretty much saying that literally, in fact. He's literally sitting there saying, people are noticing that this dude has a super bad day, and now they're realizing that I'm having a pretty good day. That's kind of what he's saying. But I thought that's bad. Huh?
But look at all this dirty laundry that just spilled out. They're no better than him. In fact, they're worse than him because they had all this shit that actually was going on. And I've said this over the years.
Dude, this is like really childish stuff. This is like pretty much if you're running for president, you might as well just say, guys, I'm not Hitler. Clap. Like, wow, what a barometer. What a barometer of like of person. So, okay, you're not Hitler. Are you Stalin then? Are you what if you're this other guy? Huh? Like, dude, this is like that's what he's doing pretty much. Guys, people are noticing I'm not Hitler. Wow. If only people said that, then that would be something. No one said that, like no one even said that Rich is worse than DSP. Maybe comparatively, but I don't even think that's true because guess what? The thing that Rich is being accused of, no one accused DSP of this. Because the pedophile claim that people had with DSP is just semantics in a sense because, yeah, he dated her when she was 18, which legally, sure, it's not pedophilic, but guess what? The age gap is creepy. And it's kind of like pedophilic anyway. Again, the way he talks about it, I wait until she talked about when she was of legal age, is just as like normal and sane as people who constantly frequent is she 18 yet websites or whatever the fuck. The same kind of shit. I don't think it's any better that you're bragging that she's of legal age. Like, dude, come on. But this is where DSP is at. This is the only way he can win. Is this. And he thinks he's so cool. This is pathetic. This is pathetic. The fact, yet again, classic Phil. He has to put down others to put himself up. He can't put himself up on his own merit. Someone else has to go down for him to go up. The fact that the improvements are not enough, that he needs to mention that Rich is having a bad life right now, is making him like have a hard on. This dude needs to get a life. He needs to get a life. The fact that this is him getting off says a lot, and it's so ironic. You know, I recently was thinking about this. DSP got so butthurt about Rich saying that he's better than Phil. But guess what? You know what I just remembered? When DSP had that big segment where he was saying that Rich was dead to him, DSP literally said in his mind he's better than him. DSP said that. So in a way, Rich was just returning the sentiment in kind by saying that he thinks he's better than Phil because he has a real family. So it's really, it again goes nowhere. Because guess what? They're both the fucking same in sense of like self-importance. They both have similarities in other ways. But since they're not 100% similar, you can't say that. But dude, similarities does not mean 100% the same. No one's saying that they're exact clones. This dude is so dented, and it's pathetic. This dude is pathetic. This dude is the most pathetic person I had the displeasure of, like, fucking finding out. Again, it is insane where he started. He was only known as a guy that got mad all the time. Now look at him. He's pathetic. He is pathetic. No dignity. Nothing. He's a nothing person. And he's saying it's like there's no meaningful criticism. Yeah, this is very negative, but this dude is so full of himself. So full of himself. Come on.
And I'll say it again. I personally feel the reason why there are people who full-time do this kind of like harsh drama content against people is because they're miserable in real life, right?
So you're not miserable when you did the reacts to Wings documentary, and you want to do the react, but since he doesn't do it a lot, guys, and since Rich got involved with him, now it's okay for him to respond. But what if Rich felt that way when he talked about you? What if he criticized you over the years because he saw himself in you? Oh no, that's bullshit because DSP didn't suck on Cucumber, so it's not the same. Like, dude, shut up. Shut up. Like, to do this kind of shit is really, really pathetic.
Like, take a look at someone like Review Tech USA, who, for the years and years and years of content that I've put out, that's been positive content for my audience, he always has to be there to make fun of every little thing, every idiosyncrasy.
Dude, he does this with other streamers too. He just did this in this same video where he brought down people who got early copies. And insinuated that their content's not legitimate. He would go off the cuff about how people got early copies, gets called out for it, apologizes, then says that the apology was pretty much fake. This dude is so lame. And then he's like, well, this guy was, I would make positive content, then he would say stuff. But also that Rich was saying is stuff that anyone can say if they're being critical. Like, none of the takes Rich had about Phil was revolutionary, or new, or unique. It was just the same shit. And then left. It's no different than the stuff that Kino Casino did that DSP watched them do. But since for some bizarre reason DSP has a very strict criteria for Rich to exist, Rich can't do the same thing as Kino Casino did because Rich is special, I guess, to him.
Idiosyncrasy that I do, right? He's the one who every year literally has an annual party to celebrate my incident from May.
This is bullshit. Literally bullshit. Dude. He just does a stream that just was like, lol, he fapped. As far as I know, I don't know how far the party goes with him. But at the same time, who cares? It happened, and this dude would go on and on to say it's okay to make fun of it. Oh, I laugh at it, this and that. He does it, and he's like so bent out of shape about it. Dude, this dude will bring up shit about other people's past all the time. He remembers such innocuous shit all the time when he needs to. But this dude gets so butthurt when someone brings up a thing that happened on his own stream. But dude, at least he's making fun of something you did, right? Correct? But no, we're not gonna allow that to happen. But man, if Kino Casino did, I bet he'd be laughing. He'd be in tears. He'd be rolling on the floor. And I fucking hope that DSP tunes in to a Kino Casino stream where they're all making fap jokes. And I want to see a chat post from DSP saying lol or some bullshit. Because that will just be the most fucking DSP thing ever. Because the saddest part is, it's not that far-fetched for him to do. Because this dude is super double standards, man. He will shit on Rich for doing something and then praise someone for doing the same thing. Because this dude fucking sucks.
May of 2016. 8 years. Annually, this guy celebrates accidental masturbation.
Accidental masturbation. What the fuck does that mean? Who jerks off by accident? Oh fuck, my dick fell out and my hand started moving up and down, guys. I don't know what happened. Oopsie poopsie. No, you don't just accidentally masturbate. You accidentally leave the camera on. But again, why the fuck would you go to a room that has a camera right there and say, I'm gonna fap right now? You don't think that, and especially when you know this is time to stream. I'm gonna start stream, now I'm gonna fap. Dude, this dude might be an exhibitionist. He might get off on that. He's like, oh my god, I'm fapping on stream, what if they see me?
I want you to think about that.
Think about that.
This is like a big highlight for his life. Now, if you said that to anyone else,
Dude, that's a highlight of his life, but this dude will brag about his own shortcomings. This dude literally sells his throwback channel as watching him make mistakes and being fucked up back in the day. You know, when he was depressed and fucked up. But Rich does it? Fuck him, man.
anyone outside of the internet and said, there's a guy who literally celebrates that someone accidentally whacked off on camera every year.
Dude, everyone brings it up anyway. Dude, that's what you're known for. Anyone will bring that up. But when Rich brings it up, that's fucked up, man. He brings it up for 8 years. But someone will say, oh, that DSP guy, is that the guy that fapped? That's what always comes up. It's no longer, oh, is that the guy that rage quit Persona 3? Is that the guy who sucked at Metal Gear Solid 3? Who didn't know how to use rations? No. They now know him as the dude who fapped. And this dude is mad that Rich is one of them. For some reason. Like, again, there's a lot to hate about Rich. It's not that hard. But DSP focuses on that. Okay.
They'd be like, what the fuck is wrong with that person? What, are they mentally ill?
And then,
What?
you know, he says this, but guess what? Why do you think sex tapes are a big thing? Remember the era when people were like talking about other people's sex tapes? Or was it Janet Jackson? Or who was it? I don't remember. It was some woman at the Super Bowl that had her breast pop out. Like, that happened and people still think about it sometimes. Like, all this stuff happens and people bring it up. Like, dude, this happened so many times. There's fucking compilations of it. This dude watched one. He talked about a streamer who got caught masturbating. He talks about all these women on stream, right? That one of them had sex. He brought that up, probably, maybe. But regardless, he always brings up women that are in bikinis and are undressing and this and that. But this dude will say, how dare you bring up I fapped? But he will like hold it over other people's heads when accidents happen. I remember back when Bad Bunny went to his chat, Anonymous gave her a hard time because her pussy fell out or whatever the fuck. But he will but all these people want to forget that DSP fapped, but we will just sometimes bring up about all these other instances that other streamers had because it's okay. But DSP, that's fucked up. People in our society do all that kind of fucked up shit anyway. It's not unique or special that people bring up DSP fapping. That's the point. That it's not special or unique or crazy that Rich brought up him fapping. All it is people are just like, this is kind of cringe because it's tired. But that doesn't mean it's insane for him to do it. It just means that this dude just thinks it's really funny. Just like DSP thinks shit is very funny. He will laugh. Like, this dude watched a compilation of people falling down and was in tears and fell out of his chair pretty much over people falling. And this dude is getting mad that Rich laughed at him fapping. Okay.
Well, probably. Yeah. Because who else would celebrate that? Like, all it is someone like him looks at someone like me and wants to celebrate my mistakes and shortcomings to make him feel better.
This dude celebrated other people going through shit. Like, I don't see people celebrating the Dr. Disrespect thing. People are like having a party in the street that he's a predator. They're like, this guy's a predator. This guy fucking sucks. And then that's it. No one is sitting there like bouncing up and down that Dr. Disrespect was a predator. But this dude is like saying all this shit. Dude, shut up.
Better about himself, right? Because in reality, if you take a look at ReviewTat versus me, his content is toxic. His content is harmful.
Okay. Let's take a look at the toxic content that he does. Let's go to this fucking clown.
Skip it up.
Black Forever, Suburban Remix. Oh, he's just doing shitty remixes. He talks about Keffels. Wow, what a take. Oh, that was 2 months ago. This is an old video, which by the way, everyone talked about this because of course they would. And then there's like, guess this is a goodbye video 2 months ago. But then uploads a video. Okay, cool. And then it says Sony's issuing strike downs. Okay, wow. This is look how toxic this content is. Maybe he means his streams. Oh, maybe his streams are fucked up. Dad's back in the office 3 years ago. Okay, but I think he has another channel to stream, but it's fucking rich. Again, you don't have to try super hard to hate this guy. Like, you don't have to try as hard as ZSB is. Who's calling? It better be so unimportant. Oh, guess what? It's potential spam. Go to hell. Go talk to my voicemail. Talk about my voicemail.
Content is drama. He has 1 million subs because he makes toxic, harmful drama content. It's the lowest common denominator. It's the easiest kind of content you can make on the internet.
Again, a majority of the page I saw was literally videos about gaming. Keffels was the only drama video in the bunch. Like, it's not that he doesn't make drama content, but it's nearly not as much as ZSB thinks it is. Maybe he means the streams. Like, the streams deal with drama, but they're streams. Like, who fucking cares? And again, you don't have to try hard to hate Rich. You just don't.
It's trash. Okay? That's why he's popular. Because those people went and watched the trash content, and he made money. But in reality, if you take a look at him and his life, now that these things are coming out, right? These things are being revealed about his life and things behind the
scenes. You know, this dude is so... It's ridiculous. I almost forgot about this. This dude watched a video from a review tech detractor that showed Rich's mom yelling at him. Like, again, these aren't like the first time shit has happened to Rich in his life. It was a lot that happened recently. And this dude is talking as if no one knew Rich was a lolcow or that shit was going on. People brought this up for months and years, and DSP would say the same thing. Oh, it's drama, guys, leave him alone, this and that. But he will always shit on him whenever he wants to. This dude needs to fucking shut up.
This guy's fucking miserable, right? His family life fell apart, his business is falling apart, all his relationships have fallen apart.
So, and listen to the things that happened, right? He is butthurt that Rich said that he fapped on stream for every year. He celebrates that. And then he says his family was fake. But then you compare that to what's going on with Rich. Now, let's take away what people think of Rich now. That he's a piece of shit. Let's ignore that, right? Let's just say you never heard of Rich. This is the first time you heard of this guy. And you're hearing his family fell apart. He's going through a divorce or whatever the fuck. I mean, his family's falling apart. His kid went to the hospital. His career's falling apart. Whatever. All this stuff he said. Is your first instinct to say this guy deserves that, or you're gonna sit there and say, "Wow, that's all that might be enough to make someone like do some crazy shit." Like, if that happened to anyone, of course they're gonna be like ridiculous because that's a lot of shit that happens. Now, DSP is the last person to like do this kind of shit because less stuff happened to him and he acted as if someone like chopped off his leg. Like, he will get a paper cut and act as if he needs to go to the hospital. This dude gets a cat scratch, like, I need a disinfectant right now. Oh, okay guys, I'm gonna die if I don't. And it's like, dude, sure, disinfect it all you want, but you don't have to freak out about it. You can at least like hold off on it or whatever. Like, but this dude will act as if it's like a big deal. A big deal.
Falling apart. And so his attacking me over the years was literally projecting his I'm better than you attitude on me, when in reality...
So shouldn't you feel bad for him though? Like, dude, this fucker told us all the time, I'm going through a hard time in my life, guys. Okay? I was doing all this stuff, so I should be given a chance, man. This guy's going through going through shit, right? Correct? And he's doubling down on it, raining on his parade. But again, he's saying this because he said that he struck me first, so I'm gonna strike him back, which is not very mature and adult-like. Because usually people are just gonna say, "Hey, this guy's going through a rough patch. I don't care if he's been shitty to me, but like, look, that sucks," or whatever. But he doesn't want to take it. Again, this is the same shit I said about the Keemstar incident. If he just said no day one, the only thing people would be saying is that, wow, this guy turned down 50K. But now he did this whole song and dance with Keem that made DSP look like a shitty person. He came off as a person that was hard to get a hold of and difficult to work with. It was like a triple whammy of bad behavior. Instead of just saying no directly, because at least he communicated that he didn't want to work with him. And all people would be saying was that it could have been a bad business decision to say no. But no, he loved the attention. Because this guy just can't help himself. He can't help himself in these kind of situations. He has a moment where he could be the bigger man and say, wow, Rich has been shady to me over the years, and this is a lot of stuff that's happening to him. I don't want to, I'm not going to react to his documentary. I'm just going to let him be, guys, I understand that a lot of people are upset with him right now, but like, dude, this is like fucked up. He can't even do that. But this dude will tell us that we need to give him 1,000 chances and this and that. Like, it's literally like, so like, dude, come on.
My life was getting better behind the scenes and his was falling apart. You see? And that's why people like that act like that. You see? But he knew that if he focused on me being...
He's going to contribute to make his life worse. Which he's already going through a hard time by his logic, correct? Like, actually, it's even worse. The way he's acting is worse than how trolls act. Because trolls are acting as if... Off the assumption that this dude at least is making enough to continue living. And that's why he shouldn't be begging and this and that. Like, we're at least giving him the benefit that his life, like, we're kind of accepting that his life isn't super bad or whatever, right? Correct. But this dude is being told that his life is being ruined and he's going through hell. And his reaction, I'm going to contribute to it. So yet again, magically, DSP has found a way to make himself look worse. I don't know how he does it. Like, and you could say, Theo, you're just spinning it that way. But again, if you just listen to how this dude talks long enough and you hold him to his own stupid ass standards, he comes off worse. If he didn't have these virtue signal moments and bragging moments and all this other shit, maybe this would come off differently. But guess what? It's DSP. He can never not brag about his fucking ego, because this dude can't help himself. He is 40-something years old, and he's acting as if, like, he is God's gift to the world, as if he has the answer to everything, and we should be listening to him, and when we don't listen to him, we're dumb. Fuck this guy. Like, again, it's the other aspect of it where something can be very shitty, and the moment DSP says that thing's shitty, you'll want to defend it. But the thing is, I'm not defending Rich. I'm just holding DSP to his own fucking beliefs. He says every day that these people should leave him alone. And he's going through a hard time. He is seeing Rich going through a hard time right now, and he's less inclined to leave him be. He left him be when nothing super bad was going on. He wanted to ignore him at that point. But when something's going really wrong with him, and life is falling apart for him, he wants to join in on the parade. Because guess what? It's safe for him to participate now. Because Rich can't defend. Because if Rich bites back, guess what? DSP has people willing to defend him because fuck Rich. This is the shit he does that just gets under my skin. It's the snake-like behavior where this guy can't even stand on his own 2 feet for his own beliefs. He can't even shit on Rich on his own. He needs a group of people to fucking help him out. And it's not even like something controversial or taboo or anything like that. It's something like just talking about another streamer. You think he's gonna do a podcast and defend Moist Critical for the shit he's going through right now? No. He doesn't want to touch it with a 10-foot pole, despite DSP having an ally slide in his fucking slideshow. He wants people to be happy, but he will never defend the people that Moist Critical was talking about. No way. If he has to firmly voice his defense, he will do it in a most pussy-ass way. Just like he did when OIC came out in his chat. He couldn't even, he couldn't talk to OIC the same after that. And he didn't want to address it at all after he awkwardly talked about it. It was really weird. And then, funny that OIC just magically just faded into the background. I wonder why.
Being bad, the light would be off of him. Plus, he'd be feeling better about himself, right? And I think they're all like that. I'm sorry, it doesn't matter.
Wait, what?
If he focused on me being bad, the light would be off of him. Plus, he'd be feeling better about himself.
But then, why can he just keep doing that so that people would still love him? I mean, again, Rich still has people that like him. Fancy that. Just like DSP. DSP is a shitty person, yet he gets fucking dumbasses saying, Phil, you're a cool guy. I love you.
Right? And I think they're all like that. I'm sorry, it doesn't matter how many subs you have, how many views you have, and how much money you make. Are you happy?
Are you? Right? Are you happy? You're talking about this right now. Are you happy? He talked about Rich. This is the second time he brought up Rich. Are you happy, Phil? And every time he talks about himself, he always assures us that he has a happy life. I don't know, Phil. Do you?
Right? Because I'm a firm believer that if you are happy, you would not be bringing down others around you. You'd be so busy with content that makes you happy, with things in your life that make you happy, you wouldn't want to bring down others, right? That's my opinion anyway, and that's why I don't do it.
I don't do it. That's why I went to hang out with the Kino Casino. I love their content, and that's why, this dude watched a Kino Casino stream, saw this stuff about iDubbbz, didn't know anything about iDubbbz, didn't know at all any of the shit he was going through. Participate in shitting on iDubbbz just immediately. He doesn't know anything, and he watches Kino Casino and joins in on shitting on them. Again, behavior DSP himself shat on. That people would go to a DSP detractor video and agreed with them and shat on DSP. But this dude doesn't know iDubbbz, doesn't know a lot about what's going on with him, and then participates to shit on him. Do you know why people are dogging on him, DSP? Do you know why? It would shock you. You know, it's really funny if he continues shitting on iDubbbz, because in a lot of ways, DSP says the same shit in some degrees. The one thing, iDubbbz came out and said that he wanted to, I don't know if he deleted the video or he turned off monetization. I don't remember which it was, but I know he didn't like the video where he said the N-word in it. He didn't like that kind of humor anymore, and he felt bad about it and all this other stuff. A lot of people gave him shit for it, but in my opinion, if you feel bad about the past jokes you've made, that's fine. I think it's fine for iDubbbz to feel that way about his own content. He made the content; he can feel however. If you like it, regardless, that's fine. But he's just saying that he didn't like it. And he doesn't stand with it anymore. And I think that's his prerogative. But DSP can't make fun of that, because guess what? DSP has done the same kind of bragging. The thing that is funny to me though is, iDubbbz, at least from what I understand and from what I get from it, is that he at least has a little bit more of a follow through with that statement, because he at least, as far as I know, doesn't make those kind of jokes anymore in his content. He doesn't say the N word anymore. He doesn't feature that kind of stuff anymore. He does other kind of content now, I think, and that's it. I think now what happened with items is more like stuff that's dealing with like the creator clash that happened, and stuff like that, and just how he talks to other people. It's more about that, as far as I know, which is very different than how he makes content, whatever. DSP brags about how he's a different person, yet he does the same shit anyway, which is less of a follow through. Like, again, these are very semantic-y kind of things, but this is where DSP's at in life versus anyone else. Like, again, you can criticize all these other content creators you want, all this stuff, but at least you can find something with them that is like wishy-washy, whatever. You can find whatever in anything. But this dude will not do that with anyone else. He will not find the golden nugget in a shitty situation, like, at all. It's all empty platitudes. He's sitting there saying all this stuff, then says, I wish him the best. Like, you said all this stuff about him, and then you say that? Sure.
Don't sit here crapping on people constantly. I'm only doing it when people bring it up or someone brings me into the situation, like Rich has been bringing me up.
Now, this is super unfair, too, because guess what? Half these people that DSP shits on that make fun of him, they are told about DSP. And DSP is never kind to those kind of people anyway. Like, when people like get led astray and who DSP is, DSP doesn't try to like empathize with them and say, oh, these people, like, they this and that, whatever. He always says, oh, you're an idiot for believing it. You're a bunch of gullible idiots and you fell for it. All this stuff. Fuck you.
Up recently, really nasty stuff, and it's like, yeah, I'll respond to it then, but I got shit to do, man. I've got games to play. I got chill stuff to do with you guys. This is more important to me.
Is that why you're able to go to Kino Casino streams in random hours of the night? Okay.
And sitting here reacting to a bunch of these idiots on the internet, right? And so I think what's happened is, in the last 3 or 4 years, there's been a division, especially when I refuse to be involved with Keemstar and his Lolcow bullshit, right? So what happens is you get the division, and people are like, wait a minute, Bill is not who everyone says he is, right? They want you to believe he is, because that benefits them. Then they can make more content and laugh or whatever. But he's not, right?
But he's making the content on his own channel, though. The stuff that people make fun of him, he still does it on his own channel. He didn't have to join Keemstar to do that, for us to get this.
He has nothing to do with this whatsoever, right? So leave him alone. And I think that guys like,
and you know what's funny though in all of this is that, like, because I saw a tweet earlier on in a post from Josh Poems, is that they said, oh, this is what Keem wanted with Lolcow Live, this is, this and that. And the funny thing about that, now that I'm thinking about this, Keem at least is giving him like the most like, hey, sign this contract kind of intro, which is a very standard agreement to get someone on your show. Here's the contract, sign if you're interested, contact me, blah blah blah. This is actually pathetic. He's only getting involved with Kino Casino because they were kind to him and they called him king and this and that. He had no other interest otherwise. And I see a lot of people bring up like the long con game idea with Kino Casino, which is like really just, he shows how much of a sucker this guy is. You suck his dick, he will come.
Casino. These are guys over on Kick. Yes, they react to content. There's drama content. I mean, they've been reacting to the big Mr. Beast situation that's been going on recently. They react to the Boogie situation. They react to review tech stuff. And it's funny because they react to me too. And I've watched the stuff that they've said about me. Okay? I've watched it. Some of it's unfair, I feel. Like, there was actually a whole segment they did a week or two ago saying I had a midlife crisis.
This is literally subjective to say he has a midlife crisis, in my opinion. Because you can find examples of him going through a crisis. He may not feel that way, which is fine. He can feel however he wants. He's his own little pig. But on the outside perspective, it looks like he's going through a midlife crisis. Because again, how many people have to tell you to validate their life? This dude is going through a validation. Like, if it's not a midlife crisis, it's a validation crisis. The fact that this dude is constantly bragging about his fucking gameplay in Street Fighter, like, it's one thing if you've never had a background in fighting games and you're like impressed with yourself. That's one thing, but it's another when you have no interest in playing in tournaments and you had a background in fighting games and you're bragging about your skill in fighting games. Like, which one sounds more like impressive? Like, come on.
But if you actually listen to it, it's all misinformation. It's them having really incorrect notions about me, and then kind of, going off of that for comedic purposes.
Again, guess what? When DSP talked about Rich, he did not know the context of the Dropbox and proceeded to shit on Rich anyway. And he's sitting there saying it's not fair, that it's misconceptions, they don't know what they're talking about. But did DSP do any research about the Dropbox? No. This dude does no research, and he tells you that we have to do hours of research for him. Fuck you. If you want people to do research about you, you should do research about the people you talk about. He can't even do research about the gaming news he talks about. As I said about the Keemstar shit, he talked to Keem, he wanted to bring up a situation, did no research beforehand, and fell apart. And immediately fell on his face. And no one knew what the fuck he was talking about. And this dude is saying other people have to research him. Fuck you. Fuck you.
The purposes. I don't find that offensive. Why? Because
Why?
these guys, all right, when they're saying that stuff, they're not literally sitting there trying to ruin my life. It's kind of...
What kind of fucking thing is that, though? How are we ruining your life by making videos? I'm making a video about DSP right now. How am I ruining his life? How is anyone ruining his life? The people who are ruining his life, they don't make videos about him. They just do shit. You think that people who sent copyright strikes made videos about him? No, they made videos for him. They made stuff for him, but they've not made videos about him. Beyonce never, as far as I know, didn't make a video about him before he sent the copyright strikes. The guy who made the intros of the podcast, they didn't make videos about him. They just fucked with him. The people who sent the banners with Tevin's face on the little banners on his Twitch channel, that guy didn't make videos about DSP. The people who ruined his life did not make videos about him. The people who swat him, they didn't make videos. Hopefully they didn't make videos about him because then they'd be caught, correct? So the people who are ruining his life, the people who actually do that shit, they don't make videos about him. As far as we all know. The closest he got to this was with the SOK, and now it's the only time that has happened. But guess what? When that shit got exposed, people stopped following them. And people said, that's fucked up. And then you look at it today. People make videos about him, and I don't see them do fucked up shit. They may say, hey, maybe he has a WWE Champions account, but that's just speculation. Which is what everyone does about all these Lolcows. I guarantee you, there might be even speculation with Kino Casino making videos about Rich, probably. And these are probably sitting there eating his popcorn, not thinking about that. But this dude will sit there and say that we're all ruining his life by making videos. Meanwhile, he watched a video. He was watching Kino Casino try to get a squatter out of a building. Isn't that ruining someone's life? That this person was probably already homeless. If they're squatting, they're most likely homeless, and they probably don't want to get arrested because again, I'm 90% sure that it's a crime to be homeless in California now. So they probably don't want to be in jail. So like, okay, I have to squat. I have to because I can't be on the street because I'll be arrested. So if I squat, hey, I won't go to prison. And then these people who try to get her to be out on the street again. But isn't that the negative content that DSP says affects and ruins people's lives? No, of course not, because you know what? That person's homeless. Why be empathetic to that? This dude will sit there and virtue signal and care about all these people. And this dude watched two other people try to get a squatter to be arrested, most likely, or at least be out on the street. But he doesn't think, well, you know, that person might be going through a hard time. Maybe you know, like this problem is bigger than just this person's homeless, and we shouldn't be like callous to this person. This person's already down on their luck to the point that they're squatting. No, he doesn't think like that, because fuck him. Like, you can think whatever, but it's like, to some degree, if you're gonna brag about being, oh my god, if you're gonna brag about having human empathy, you should at least practice human empathy.
It's kind of a joke. And I watch it, and you know what? I laugh at it too. Like, for example, the other day, they reviewed me reviewing the Feastables bar from Mr. Beast.
This is so pathetic too. This is the video, oh my god, this is so pathetic. So they're watching Rich, right? We're gonna go back to Rich Review Tech USA, the easy target here. And they're like watching life fall apart. He has a Dropbox full of questionable shit. All this stuff is fucked up. All this shit's going on with Rich. Wow, so critical. And then like them saying that he has a midlife crisis, that's unfair. But the critical part is watching him eat food. Dude, that is sad. That this is the criticism he's comfortable with. Wow.
And they made fun of me, but they also made fun of the candy. They did all that.
This is such a bad comparison. They said so unfair. They watched a video and said I had a midlife crisis. Fair. They watched a video of me eating food and they laughed about it. That's fair criticism. But guess what? He doesn't know how he looks when he eats, and isn't making fun of how he eats, making fun of something that he was born with. What if it's a condition he's born with that he has to make that face? But now it's okay to make fun of that. Okay, it's okay to make fun of how he eats, but I guarantee you, if this was last year and someone made fun of how he eats, and I'm pretty sure, you know what? I'm actually 80% sure that this dude got mad at people making fun of how he eats. Because he was like, oh yeah, of course you got people in chat saying I look like I'm in pain when I eat. Oh yeah, sure. That's where the trolls are at. There's nothing going on in my streams, and now they're making fun of how I eat. And I'm sure that's what he would say. But now Keto Casino does it? Oh man, that's fair criticism. Oh man, I can't wait until it's okay to make fun of his gout. I can't wait. I can't wait to get the sound clip of DSP saying they made fun of my gout and I laughed. I hope we get that from him. If we start getting that kind of shit coming from Phil about Kino Casino, that would be something.
It was entertaining. These guys are not sitting here to be malicious to me. And that's why I think that they're different. They've actually taken a look at the situation and
Rich literally gave him a lot of compliments over the years, gave him money, said he didn't want to see DSP suffer, all of this and that, blah blah blah. Gave him all these chances. That didn't count. The people in this chat, they don't matter. But Kino Casino, they're cool. They gave me a chance.
As outsiders, because they haven't been involved in it, as outsiders, they can see what's equivalent and what's not. And they're like, Phil is not like all these other people.
I mean, I say he's not like these other people. I mean, maybe I'm fair. Maybe I'm actually fair and based, guys. What if?
Who people are trying to group him in with. He's not trying to capitalize on the...
I'm not going to group him in with these other people because he's very unique. I mean, at least, because again, to a degree, I feel like, you know, I've said about LTG. LTG at least, the Lolcowness of LTG is like very like specific, and it's also more about like how he is as a person, sure. But when he goes after people, after trolls, the stuff he says, it's something funny to the point where like more people should troll him so we get more funny ban compilations. Like I can't get over that fucking like one time he banned it, he was like, I'm gonna find you, I'm gonna like get me, I'm just gonna do like that whole thing always cracks me up. That is more than what I could say about anything DSP puts out. And that's the only thing I will ever defend LTG over is that. Everything else, he's a shitty person, sure. But when he fucking goes off like that about banning a troll or raging at Street Fighter, that's the thing. That's the thing I'm all about. Because he at least has interesting fucking statements. This dude, not so much.
Is on the Lolcow culture bullshit. He doesn't want to be involved with Keemstar and his bullshit. He just wants to be left alone, but people won't leave him alone. They bring up the same tired shit for 4 or 5 years. One of the interesting things they said the other day, because the other day was the marathon.
The thing that's like very easy is that he doesn't understand sarcasm. You can be sarcastic to his face, and he will not pick up on it. He watched a whole video that was sarcastic, and he took it seriously. That's the kind of guy DSP is. I had to pause the recording because I was actually getting really hungry, man. And man, I did not like look at the time. Like this video is 2 hours long, and we're not even done with this. And I wanted to do like the other like delusion segment. I don't know if I'll put this in this video. I'll see where we're at after we do this part. This is insane. I did not know. I was like ranting for this long. Man. Well, you know what they say, when you have too much fun, time runs away.
Right? And I'm sitting here. One of my trolls was in the chat, and they go, "Oh, you bought a new car."
Oh my god.
All right, now for the record, no, I haven't bought a new car. I don't have credit or money to buy a car.
Wait a second.
One of my they bring up the same tired shit for 4 or 5 years. One of the interesting things they
So he's complaining that we bring up the same shit. Okay. But okay, we bring up the same shit,
said
right?
The other day, because the other day was the marathon, right? And I'm sitting here, and one of my trolls was in the chat, and they go, "Oh, you bought a new car."
Now, I don't know where this shit came from. It just sounds like bullshit, honestly. I don't know where this idea came from. That it's from a car, man. Okay. So let's pretend that. Isn't that something new? So isn't that exciting? Right? Correct?
All right, now for the record, no, I haven't bought a new car.
No, I haven't bought a car.
Credit or money to buy a car.
Oh, what about Kat? She has a job. I assume she has credit. Couldn't she get a car?
Yeah, I don't need a new car. My car is still fine. 2017 car, it's still fine. I'll probably have it still for a while before I consider looking for a new car.
Oh man!
And I said,
we're already thinking about getting a new car. I mean, everyone gets new cars, but I don't think people buy a car thinking, well, in a few years I'll get a new one. Just saying. They probably try to keep that car for as long as they can.
No, I didn't get a new car. I don't know why you would even bring that up. Or like, I don't even understand. And the few people that were in the chat from Kino Casino, they all said it together. They said, who cares if he bought a new car?
And then the banger, who cares? Man, if I'm just gonna say this as well, I really hope that even the Kino crowd is just LARPing at this point, because they genuinely think we shouldn't care about the guy who begs and says that I don't waste money and this and that we shouldn't care about how he spends his money. Man, I hope they strap in and give him $100 every day, because I mean, let me tell you, this dude will yell at you for how you spend your money, but you should not care about how he spends his money. Literally, there are rants of him telling people that they're idiots for spending money in GTA Online and all this other shit. But the moment you say, Phil, you're wasting your money, you need to stop caring. So maybe he should also stop caring how people spend their money. So what if someone pays for GTA Online or buys the shark cards, whatever the fuck? Who cares? But it affects the gaming community as a whole. Even though a lot of these decisions are just made by corporate people that just want more money. Whoa, because their budgets are so big. But then you got this guy who just frivolously spends money. Meanwhile, he tells you he needs money. Huh? Okay, who cares, right?
How is that your business?
And then the other thing is, he also kind of cares about how other people get money. Like, he cares about how other women get money. Like, oh, they're doing hot tub streams, and he cares about that. He cares that they use their bodies to get money, and then they. Oh, you know what? No, that's a bad example. Okay, take that back. Ignore that. That never happened. This guy also gets mad at people who make more money than him get donations, I guess, whatever, tips from their audience. But why does he care? Why does he care about other people making money? He literally, in the same podcast, complained that people were getting paid to play games early. But why do we care? Oh, because it's going to affect the gaming community. But they're not hurting anyone. Whatever, okay.
If Phil works, makes money, and decided to buy a new car, how the hell does it have to do anything with you?
And I like that it took Kino Casino crowd saying this for him to come to that epiphany. This is something that I'm you know what, I'm 100% sure. You know, fuck, I'm gonna like slam my foot on this one. I'm pretty sure for a fact that this dude said, "Who cares what I spend my money on? I know what I spend my money on. Bills and this and that. Blah, blah, blah. It's none of your business." He has given us that in different ways. But he ignores the reason people give him shit about spending money is because this dude will yell at you, telling you he doesn't waste money, but he needs money now. He needs $50 to stream. Why? Why does he need $50 to stream? Why does he need money so badly? I remember this one Fallout stream that was like last week or so, where he was like really layering it that he needed tips. And he said like, guys, if supports go, I'll drop the game. I'll drop it. Even though he's like near the end, he could just stop the boring ass DLC and then just finish it. No, what he ended up doing was finishing the DLC because, you know, DSP said he'd finish it. He was never going to really not do it. And then he just fearmongered them a bit, got a lot of money, and guess what he said afterwards? I'm gonna go order DoorDash just in time or whatever the fuck. He immediately said he was gonna order out for dinner. Like right after begging and getting bailed out. But you can't say that's wasting money because they need to eat. Even though they order out all the time. And this dude brags about home cooked meals, going to the supermarket and getting groceries and all this stuff. Where do the groceries go? Are they the kind of people that just don't do leftovers unless it's DoorDash? Because that's at least like you're feeling the pain of like buying the food immediately. Meanwhile, groceries are feeling the burn like one day when you buy the food and then you make it the next day, and then you're not really thinking about the amount of money it takes to buy the groceries. I don't know. Because it just seems like they don't save any home cooked meal. Because it seems every day they're just eating different meals, and it's like you don't make leftovers? Okay.
Why would you ask on his stream? Why would you be in his personal shit? Like, what are you talking about?
Why would he ask? Like, again, are we just like this is why I hope that these people are LARPing. I'm praying to God that they're LARPing, because if they unironically think this, then they either never seen DSP go full beggar mode, or they are like, or man, they just love Phil and his content.
And the person immediately was like, oh shit, and got thrown the fuck out, and that was it. And I was like,
he got thrown out, but if you banned him, you couldn't say anything afterwards. And honestly, if I was that person and people were saying, why do you care? Why do you care? I would say, well, why does ZSP care about, why does he care about the specific amount? Shouldn't he just focus on giving us a good stream? Why should we care about where that he needs to pay bills? Like, why should we care that he has responsibilities and all this stuff? Why should we care that he has a day off coming up, or that he needs to get groceries, or that he needs money for groceries? Like, why should I care about him needing money for groceries? Everyone needs money for groceries. Like, what planet are you on? What country has free groceries?
Wow.
Wow.
These people actually stuck up for me. Like, they actually had a realistic...
Again, now this is really funny, too. This kind of low-key shits on his fans, on his own viewers who defend him. They're in his chat. They see trolls all the time, and they don't, like, listen to them, they don't ignore them, and all this other shit, blah, blah, blah. And this dude is like, they defend me, guys. Why? Your fans don't? Vidar defended you. Do you not care about what Vidar did for you? Vidar fought to the death for you, Phil. He took arms just for you, Philip. Not literally, but you know what I mean.
Take. Instead of everything being drama about Phil, they actually saw it from a realistic perspective. Like, what the fuck cares? Even the thing is, and I've told you guys many times over the years, all the shit that's said about me usually is based on a nugget of truth that then gets extrapolated
that he does waste money
into a world of bullshit.
Like,
right?
Honestly, I said this before, guys. I say this all the time, okay? Even if WWE Champions is false, let's say it's fake, it was someone else, this dude still wastes money. Literally, just last year, he wasted money. He bought a fight stick for the PS5 that he didn't need. He bought the expensive version of Mortal Kombat. He bought the Ultimate Edition of Street Fighter 6 for nothing. He didn't need to spend half of that. He could have kept playing Street Fighter 6 on his Xbox, but he convinced himself he needed the PlayStation version because that's the fighting game standard. And then he gets the Quanba, and then he hates that stick now, and now he got gifted the Victrix, and that's going to be good until he has another idea for another fight stick. This dude wastes money anyway. He buys a lot of games he doesn't need. If money is so tight for him, why doesn't he just go back to the backlog? No, we can't do that. No one liked Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, but if you're not buying new games constantly, wouldn't it just kind of invest in itself because he technically already made the money back for that game anyway. And it wasn't like the game was completely dead, but he's making it dead because he doesn't want to play it, even though he says he likes the game.
Have I ever played mobile games? Yes. Have I spent money on mobile games?
And again, we are ignoring the years of him saying, I never played mobile games. I stopped playing them because Cat moved in. I love Cat so much. Why would I play mobile games? To then say, yes, I played mobile games. Like, he doesn't understand those kind of lies add up. Again, this dude lies, and some of these lies people would forgive, but when you lie a lot like him, you tend to not care about giving him the benefit of the doubt, and you just assume he's lying to you.
Yes. 99% of the stuff said out there about me playing mobile games is a lie. But it's like I've said, I would much rather have the devil I know than the devil I don't.
Oh
right now,
God.
If I were to open up all my accounts and prove to you that everything was false, people would use the information I just showed you.
We just want one account. One account. One. Singular. The WWE Champions account. That's the only account that people are asking for. And he doesn't want to say it because it's going to ruin his life somehow. Because this dude is so dented. He apparently, assumingly, he used real world accounts with that same username. That's the only thing that makes sense to me. Because my PSN account is giant enemy crap. What are you going to do with that information? Add me on PSN? Maybe. Are you going to play with me in Guilty Gear? I don't know. But that's it. These are usernames. Like, and people know some of these accounts anyway. And he's like, well, if you know my mobile game account, you're going to know everything. Like, okay. I mean, I think I'd be a little alarmed if knowing your WWE Champions account would ruin your life. Unless you're a whale in some other game you don't know about.
To hurt me further in
which then isn't that we're wrong, we're just wrong on the game at that point. Like, this doesn't really help his case.
Other ways. I've been through the whole mobile game slander for 4 years. I don't care. It doesn't affect me anymore, right? It doesn't bother me. So I'd rather have that slander continue over here, because it's bullshit, than have a whole new can of worms opened up. Do you see? I've weighed and balanced this many times. I've talked to professionals. I've talked to lawyers about it, and they're saying you're doing the
Really?
right thing.
This is so stupid. And this statement makes him look very sus. You had to go to, like, how stupid are you? You had to talk to a lawyer. Hey, lawyer, so people online think that I'm this guy. Should I show them my account? Like, to any person who is probably not a gamer, they're probably gonna say no. Because usually, accounts are tied to, like, bills, your health care, whatever the fuck. I mean, now accounts are, like, not that personable. Like, you know? Like, if you know the username, there's a chance it's not gonna do anything. But if you're giving a username to something that is tied to, like, real world shit, then yeah, maybe that's not a good idea. But also, when you say account, when you ask them that question, what are they thinking when you say that? Are you talking about account name? The account itself? I mean, this dude, he's so dented. No lawyer is gonna say, if you just ask anyone, should I show my account? Just off the bat, you're gonna want to say no. Because you don't know how much they're gonna show when they ask you that. Because are you gonna log in? Are you gonna show the password of the account? Are you gonna show the innards of the account? No. All people want to know is the account he logs into. That's it. To a mobile game. Okay.
Okay? The funny part about it is, even if it was true, it's still none of anyone's fucking business.
Again, if it was true, he should, like, watch the streams of him saying he's gonna lose his house, and then say how he needs money badly and all this stuff, and then think, I was playing mobile games while I was saying this, spending $40,000+, and then tell me and go on his little podcast and say that's not a big deal. This dude gets worked up into, like, a rant about people who stream and get paid a lot of money. But this dude can spend money and have no ramifications at all for it. Again, he got mad at people who make more than him getting even more money and saying they don't need money, they're already rich and this and that. But if this dude, if it's true what he's spending in the mobile games, then why is he so thirsty for money if he's able to spend that much in mobile games? Like, this is a really stupid take. If you truly don't care, then why do you act like a broke bitch? Again, he gets so mad that all these people fake who they are to get money. Oh, this other guy, they're pretending to be your friend so that you can give them money. What does that say about you then? Like, this dude is so dumb. And these delusion segments, the reason why this is 2 hours plus long is really that this is the most hardcore delusion segment we have had from this guy in months. Like, literally, I can't believe the rant, the delusion.
But it's not true. But if it were, it still wouldn't be anyone's business. I should still be able to spend my money however the fuck I want.
Yeah, but how you act on stream matters. This dude has been streaming for this long, and he still doesn't learn how he acts on stream. People are gonna call him out for sometimes. If you act loud enough, people are gonna respond back eventually. This dude tells you, oh, I realized that what I did was like this and that, and I was so bad, and blah 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 blah. But now he's like, oh, it doesn't matter. But how about how you acted then, stupid? Again, 2017, in December, he was playing so hard that he didn't want to lose the house. Kekken wanted to do a charity stream for DSP. Like, think about that. This dude got someone so concerned, they were gonna do a special stream to donate to Phil. And then DSP had to talk him down from doing that because deep down, that's ridiculous. There are so many other people that are suffering and are more deserving of getting help like that. And DSP isn't one of them. This dude is garbage.
I could have 10 Tesla Cybertrucks in my backyard, right?
And he's bragging about this. This dude needs 10 Cybertrucks worth of bleach in his diet.
An entire dancing line of WWE wrestlers doing my lawn right now who I handpicked to do it. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
That's my money. You know what I'm saying?
But you know, guess what? When trolls were spending money on cameos to have wrestlers say, Phil, you're a doo-doo head or whatever the fuck, that was wasting money. But let him waste his money, okay? But when other people waste their money, they need to get help. Get help. You're ruining everyone's life. But DSP gets to waste money. Let him waste his money, man. He's only dumping thousands and thousands into mobile games. You know, the market that invaded console games. You know, remember the quadruple A game that was made like a mobile game? DSP spent money on mobile games that's selling CEOs that's where the money's at. And then when they make console games, they're thinking about that. Isn't that harming the industry when you support mobile games, Philip? So isn't you spending money harming people because you're putting money in a business that gamers don't like? He's hurting the gaming industry. Wow.
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
How is this anyone's fucking business? And I agree with these people. I'm like, you know what? I never thought about it like that because I've been under attack for so long.
Next time this bitch-ass bitch is going to complain about how someone spends their money, tell them that. Tell him that. Tell him, why do you care how they spend their money? And then he says anything else, say, you sound like a stalker, or you sound insane, or a conspiracy theorist, and see how mad he gets. You'll either get banned, or he'll insult you, or both. I guarantee that. Because this dude is such a little bitch about everything.
Long. That for me, I'm so used to being under attack, it's like, well, I never want to talk about it ever. But now I start to think about it, I'm like, you know.
He said this before, though.
People are right. It's no one's fucking business or anything, right?
It's not your business anyway.
So, I think what's happening is now you get guys like Kino Casino
and he gets involved in other people's business. Whatever.
Yeah. I get the feeling there's others out there now who are looking at the situation and they're like, this is the dumbest thing. How do you keep bringing up Phil's name? They see guys like Review Tech. They see guys like Keemstar who can't keep my name out of their mouths. And they're like, why do they keep bringing up Phil?
Because what if they like you, though? What if they bring you up because they like you? Ever think of that? What if Keem loves your content? And he just loves your personality? Okay.
Honestly, because they're so upset with the fact that I'm still here.
Okay.
I'm not involved with their bullshit.
They're so upset. That's why they want to give him $50,000. Okay.
Drama circles. But I still make a living and I'm still successful. I'm fulfilled in my life. Happy. They can't stand that. You understand? Because their whole thing.
If he's so happy, why is he seeking validation from Kino Casino? Why Kino Casino's kindness is giving him such big delusions? If he's happy. Okay.
Misery. Bringing down others for personal gain. And they can't bring.
Isn't he bringing down Rich to bring himself up? Again, every time he said how bad Rich is, he would say how good he is. How much better he is. Isn't that bringing him down and benefiting? You're benefiting off his bad day, Phil.
Bring me down. So they hate me because of that, right? Kino Casino guys have been very nice to me, all right, in the last week. And I've only spoken with them a couple of times. And we've had some really nice conversations. I'll just say that. And I don't want...
The conversations are like, hey guys, can you like make fun of me on how I eat corn? Guys. Like he brings up like Idubbbz being a cuck, but he doesn't know what Idubbbz is and or what's he about or what happened to him. But he knows enough to say he's a cuck. But why is he a cuck? Why do you care about people not having sex? This dude literally was like saying, I understand being 40 years old and being an incel, but 24? Come on, man. And it's like, you know, what if they are 24 and they're an incel? Or, you know, like, it's like, come on. Come on, we're gonna really discuss incel and all this other bullshit. Why do you care? Why do you care so much about other people's sex life? Huh?
To commit to anything because I'm not going to. I refuse to. But the way I see it is, you take it slow. Obviously, when you're involved with a new group of people, you want to be sure that the best.
This dude is talking as if he's in a relationship. But it's so funny. He's saying it's slow with them, but he sped run Kat. He ran to marry her. And look at their relationship now. They're just glowing. They're glowing now. So much, we're never gonna get beyond two souls. That co-op is dead and buried. And man, it was so funny. He hyped it up. Then he hyped up the possibility of other games. And then look what happened. But that's not over-promising, under-delivering, guys. No way.
Best interests on both sides are there, right? And so if maybe I do something with these guys in the future, it will be planned. You'll know about it, okay? And I mean like something formal. I don't mean, oh, some of you guys drop into my stream or maybe I drop into their stream. That's casual, right?
That's casual. What the fuck are you talking about? This dude does not direct anyone to anything. Whatever.
I mean like planning something out where maybe we'll actually work together on something.
And guess what they're gonna work together on? Reacting to the Ryu Tech documentary and probably his documentary. Man,
in a capacity. Let's plan it together. Let's work on it together. Let's make sure that it works and stuff. And we'll work that out, right? There's a possibility.
Doesn't Kino Casino already hate Rich? So he's kind of like, he's gonna watch a documentary to learn about Rich and watching him with people who dislike him. So isn't that a biased take? Because I swear DSP would say that's biased, right? If I had someone watch with me a documentary about DSP and I'm like a big hater, that wouldn't be biased though, right? Right, Philip?
Possibility we might do something over the summer. I don't know, right?
Right?
But at the same time, I want to be sure that it's the best interests of everyone. I don't want to make a mistake like I've made in the past where, for example, side-scrollers.
He's saying this out loud, and I'm wondering if he's low-key smart enough to do this little con here, where he's going to say, I'm going to be very paranoid, I'm going to be looking over my shoulder, I'm going to be looking at them very carefully, and kind of intimidate them to keep the LARP going. Because apparently people are saying that they're LARPing, they're pretending to glaze him up so that they could get him on their show and do whatever with him. Whatever. They could be playing the long con. But these could be saying this to keep that con going. What if? Is he that smart? I don't know. Probably not. But it's just weird to say this out loud. It is weird in general to say this out loud. I'm gonna watch them. I'm gonna make sure they're not trolls. I'm gonna keep an eye on them. Like, that doesn't sound normal at all. That sounds normal, man.
The whole idea of going on side-scrollers, they invited me to just be a standard guest on their show. And I was like, sure, I'll show up on your show.
Get this. So, that's how they got him in. They then email him saying, oh, we gotta interrogate you now. Now, DSP could have been a little bit smarter and say, no, I want to do what we promised. You said I was going to be a normal guest, and this and that. And if they kept pushing it, he could have also just said, I don't want to do it then. And then that could have been it. But no. He can't say no directly. He never learned. He never learned how to say no.
And we'll hang out together and we'll have a good time or whatever. By the way, I'm having a blip in my internet again. It should clear up in a second. See, I'll tell. So, with the side-scrollers thing, the idea was I was going to go on their show and be a guest and have fun. We were going to talk about topics. We were going to hang out, shoot the shit. It wasn't supposed to be an interview. All of a sudden, because my
And it's so weird, after this, right? He never tried to do anything with anyone and said he doesn't want to work with anyone again. Then the next thing you know, he wants to do a documentary with Mike Klum. But he couldn't do DSP Asks It because of this. Like, guys, DSP Asks It could be back on the table. Now that Kino Casino are involved, he could finally do that show. It's definitely going to happen now.
Detractors contact them and flood them with requests.
That's not even what happened. It happened after they agreed that it was going to be this. So then they're like, okay, you need questions. And they left it open. it's not the detractors' fault that your fans didn't volunteer to ask you questions. Because honestly, why would they? Think about it. They see this dude every day. What are they gonna have Craig ask? Hey Craig, can you ask Phil what's his favorite Street Fighter character? And like honestly, all of their shows that they had guests on was always like that, just asking questions and this and that. DSP interpreted as an interrogation because it's DSP. But again, if he was supposed to be a normal guest and shoot the shit, why didn't he just say let's do that? And he wasn't interested in doing this. But then when he did it after the fact, he said this is according to plan, and this is what he intended, and this and that. It sounds like he was just coping to say this is it, that was the plan, so he doesn't look like an idiot. Because you see these little gaps of that him saying he was fooled. And again, either he was fooled because he's an idiot, or he was too dumb to say no. But I mean, come on.
It becomes a giant interview that they use to propel themselves to internet attention and stardom.
I don't.
And since then,
I don't think they needed DSP to get to where they are. Like literally, I don't think it mattered. I think it would have. They would have been on the same path even before DSP entered their sphere. Because guess what? Their content is all just cultural war grifting. That's their content, which gets clicks. They don't need him. They have already a thing going. Whatever.
Since then, basically they've done nothing but benefit from that stupid interview, right?
How do they benefit? How they did nothing but benefit?
Well, the whole idea here is Kino Casino is talking to me and they're like, we don't have any intention of that at all. Like, why is it that you can't have fun?
How does he know that though? Did Craig tell him the intention was to like bully him? Literally, Craig, like the way he told it was that you were gonna be a normal guest. Then Craig came up to him and said, "Hey, actually, let's ask them questions instead or whatever." And then that's what it became. Okay.
On the internet with anyone. Why is it that every time that you attempt to have fun, someone tries to thwart it? That's fucked up. I agree.
How was he thwarted with Brian? Oh, because trolls were talking to him. But maybe if you were talking to Brian, it's the same shit with Cat. He doesn't talk to these people, so why would they talk back? This dude had Cat next to him, and he did not even talk to her. Did not address her. She was just kind of there. The Halloween stream the whole time he was focused on the game. And she was left at the mercy of the chat. And then she got upset. Wow, maybe if DSP was like more like talkative with her, maybe she could have like put up with it. But he left her alone, pretty much. And then when he played Like a Dragon, he was literally just sitting there, like literally, quite literally. She was like the mom playing the game for her son. She was like, "Mommy, I don't know how to beat this. Can you beat it?" And then he passes the control. The mom's like, "Watch this, son." And then she does the game. Because she just sat there and he was just like, "All right, do this. Whoever gets the most points, do this to get points." Meanwhile, when he hyped it up, he was saying, "Oh, we're gonna like design the island together, and we're gonna like do some really cool stuff." And then the whole night was just fishing for rewards. No thought of what to do. Just, hey, this will get you a lot of points. We're gonna do this, which is like so lame to play a game and have that mentality. Why not just play the game and just make something fun? No, we gotta get the rewards. And after that, he just kept talking about reaping the rewards, and then we never saw Cat again. But with Brian, he was in the party chat with DSP. He had a mic just for Brian. And he barely talked to Brian. The most we got was, "I'm an old man, Brian, I can't fight," or whatever the fuck. And he was playing Dhalsim, so it was more obvious that he was making the joke that Dhalsim's too old and he's not the one that's being old. It's so lame that this dude is so pathetic. But it's, guys, the trolls ruined it. Gee, maybe if you had more chemistry with Brian maybe would have been around more. But he gets nothing out of it. The only thing that came out of it was people were like, "Hey, Brian's not that bad." And I said this before. Brian isn't like that bad of a person. He's not as much of a like it. It's not like the Air Raid Lord. The Air Raid Lord is a very very specific person that will literally be like, DSP sucks. And it's like DSP's cool, man. That's Air Raid Lord. Brian at least like he has a brain and he thinks and he does stuff. You know, he's a little bit more like interesting as a person. The Air Raid Lord is not that interesting as a person, so him flip flopping is more annoying and more obnoxious. Meanwhile, Brian is at least honest with what he does. You know what I mean?
Agree. I can't just hang out with someone and have a casual time and have fun. Every time that I go to do a stream with Brian and play casual Street Fighter, my fucking dumb fuck mentally ill insane haters have to flood his chat with insane amounts of toxic negativity about memes about me.
Dude. Kino Casino had memes about you, and you said it's okay. The memes about you with Brian is bad? Like, what?
And awful things and terrible things about viewers and stuff. What the fuck?
Oh, they kept making fun of, like, what was it? I think it was Derek. I think the whole thing with Derek got to him too, because Brian told DSP to his face, as far as I understand it, that he said, "Well, if you want me to come back, you gotta do something about the Derek situation." And then and I said this. I don't know if I said this in video, but I said this on Twitter. It was very funny to me and very interesting. If you go during the Brian era, the Brian arc, DSP was very, very mean to Derek. Not very mean, but he was it was very dismissive and telling him to shut up in polite ways. Well, not so polite, I guess I should say. But he was being kind of rude to him. More so than you'd think he would. And now that the Brian shit's done with, he's gone. He's back to being kind to Derek, reading his posts and enjoying his questions. It is after that interview with Agent Proper that Brian had, and he said that about Derek. It got me thinking, because every time Derek was posting, DSP literally said, "Derek, why are you posting that? Derek, you're asking these such dumb questions." And it was kind of like he wanted to be mean to Derek to kind of demotivate Derek from showing up. Inactive tag. Oh my god, shut up. Jesus, Chrome. Wow. What's gonna happen if I go here? Oh god.
Anyway,
we're just gonna pause here. But anyways, this dude literally was yelling at Derek. It was kind of like he was kind of hoping that Derek was gonna be like, "I'm not coming back to this guy's stream because he's mean." But that never happened because Derek is Derek. And this is where we're at. That's kind of what it is. And I kind of feel that's definitely what the case was. Because literally, the moment we're done with Brian, he's back to being friends with Derek again. And look at him white knighting him. Being mean to viewers? Dude, people can say Derek is a creep and they don't like him. But it's fucked up to look at his Twitter feed and hold him accountable for how he acts on Twitter. Then why are you saying that what Rich does in his private time and with his Dropbox is awful then, with that logic? Come on.
Oh, what's wrong with them? They're nuts.
They're nuts.
So every time I try to do this stuff, they have to interject themselves, right, into it. Well, I think that Kino Casino's smarter than that. And they know the bullshit that's there, and they'd rather be fair.
Love that this dude just coughs with his mouth open, like a fucking slob. You can't cover your mouth, and this is what he does when he covers his mouth. He can't just, I don't know, cover it better? Whatever.
And that's nice. So,
that's nice.
We'll see what happens, all right? And I want to say thank you to this person who's from Kino Casino coming by, being nice.
Oh, I wonder why he's so thankful.
So nice. I mean, what $100 tip is crazy.
He gets $100 from other people. Jordan gave him $100, and he's like, "Oh yeah, man, thanks, man." This guy, oh, so nice.
Know about these guys until a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago. Someone had mentioned them in chat, saying that they were talking about me, and then I found that clip where they were referencing Rich, and basically, I referenced
So
that
can we
clip
call
then,
so?
and then we
So
kind
I
of
got a question. Since they said that they made fun of Cat for being fat, can we make fun of Cat being fat now? Is that okay in DSP's chat? Is that fine? Is that fair and balanced? Oh, interesting.
back and forth for like the last
Or
week.
you know what? People were saying like, why was it Triple P or PPP, whatever the fuck? Since he was making fun of Cat, like, where does he get off? He's also fat. Well, maybe that it's fine. Fat people can make fun of fat people. Maybe that's the angle that DSP is operating under. Since PvP is fat, it's okay for him to make fun of fat people. I think it's fucked up when people who are skinny make fun of fat people. Okay. But that's just a speculation.
Listen, so far, I've seen absolutely
My nose is very
nothing
itchy.
but positivity from these guys. Right?
Oh yeah, I wonder why.
And by the way, rest assured, I'm going to be careful because I've told you guys I'm going to be careful with this community.
This dude tells us before, oh, I can't trust anyone. I have trust issues, man. I want to be left alone. A dude is like, DSP's the king. I want to get involved with them, but I'm going to be careful. But I'm going to be involved with them. Like, this dude really just says shit.
care about all you guys who come to my content and watch it every day. I want to make sure that anything that I get involved with, it's not going to negatively affect this community in any way. That's more important to me, that we maintain our positive community.
This is not cold speak, by the way.
Some kind of a temporary boost in attention because I'm on someone's show or they're on mine or whatever. I want you to understand that.
But that's how it works.
At the same time, this has been a completely different experience. This is not, oh, so DSP, is interested in talking with us or whatever. Let's turn this into a full fucking 10-ring circus.
You think he'd learn. Maybe he should wait until something happens to say these kind of things. He's saying this like as if he knows for a fact they're not going to troll him, which then tells me he's not being careful because he just assumes they're not going to do that. So how are you being careful if you don't think that could happen? Again, this is the silver lining. After all is said and done, the moment they turn on him, depending on what it's going to be, this is going to be funny. It's the same shit that I said when he got a soulmate. It's like, the way he talked about Cat back in 2017, if he ever gets a divorce, no one will let him live that down. Because this dude was incredibly cringe about Cat.
With every single person who's never liked him on the show, let's interview him for 7 hours. Let's then make weeks and weeks of content after the fact to milk it and his haters. It's like, what?
What are they milking their haters right now?
That's what gets me. Is like, how do people not understand the difference between all I wanted to do was be a guest on Side Scrollers? They turned that into an unlimited time interview.
Unlimited time? Dude, you decided to stay there. They didn't turn it into anything. And then when they asked, oh, we're going to do this, you didn't object to it. Again, it's one thing to say no and then, like, be forced into it, and another to just say yes and then do it. Come on.
Which I agreed to. And then after
He agreed to it.
Giving them that time and respect, they then went on weeks.
Because guess what? After that fucking thing, they did a debriefing where they just said their opinions of it. He took that personally. Which he didn't have to. I mean, sure, you could argue, well, they weren't exactly being kind, or they may not have been fair, or whatever the fuck. You can feel that way about it. But he didn't have to take it that way either. You could have taken it either way. But if you're going to take it negatively, then you just move on with your life like a big boy. But this dude wants to be a little victim all the time. Like, this is a year old at this point. And he's still crying about it. And they're not even talking about him anymore. No one is talking about them anymore. And it's like as if, like, they have become huge. Like, they've become ninja level. But they're, like, where they were when they started. It doesn't matter.
Of milking negativity against me and taking money away from my haters who are so dumb they
and then get this. Now he's mad that the haters wasted their money to give it to them. Like, why is he mad about this? This is the guy that just said we should not care about how he spends his money. And this dude is, like, yelling about how the trolls spent money on the side scrollers. Why do you care where haters spend their money? Does it? I thought it doesn't matter. I thought it's fucked up to care where you spend your money, Phil. Why do you care how we spend our money? Why? See, he does this immediately.
Paid them to shit on me for weeks, and then after the fact of telling me it's off, you can't be a guest on our show, we don't trust you, fuck off. When the gravy train dried up, then they tried to contact me. Oh, can we play Street Fighter together? Would you like to appear?
Dude, they did this during that wave of like of attention, and they didn't. And the thing that's so funny about this, when he did that little like cope stream, Craig did not take it personally at all. He didn't care. He was like, okay, man, like, wish you the best. Like, he didn't even say like, Phil, you're a fucking idiot. He only started getting that way because DSP was like kind of like giving him the diva treatment, where he wasn't giving the attention, and then it just went from there. I mean, at the same time, who cares? Honestly, if he's so good at Street Fighter, he should have done it and then bodied Craig, and then he could say, "Yeah, Craig challenged me and I won. Take that," or whatever. Like, he could take these negative situations and turn them into positives. But if he doesn't want to be involved with them, that's fine too. But guess what? You don't need to talk about them all the time. This dude keeps bringing this up. But if you want to play the LARP that you're above it, maybe don't keep crying about it.
Appear on the show? No, fuck you. What are you, crazy? You treated me like dirt. Why on earth would I come back to your...
He said that it was fair, but then they talked to him when he wasn't there, and that's fucked up. But so many people have done that, and he said that's fine. They're cool. Kino Casino talked about him without him being there. The Quarterman did that too. And guess what? He was fine with it. Oh my god.
Back to your content, you'd have to be an idiot. And the truth is, because they are idiots, they actually thought I would go back. They thought for, like, what would I benefit from that? Right? They're out of their minds, right? So, exactly right. The interview itself, I don't have issue with. Because I knew, again, the devil I know versus the devil I don't. I'd rather deal with the devil I know. So
dude, there's no way he thought that was gonna, like, come out the way it did. Like, it made him look so bad. Like, if the right person, like, cared about DSP long enough and then watched that, it would have been over. It would have been over for him. Because that dude was, like, sweating and, like, looking for God and, like, terrified. Like, you just know, you could definitely feel the pace. The beginning of it, he felt confident. Like, he was like, yeah, man, this is good. This is good. Then, at some question, you just immediately see him just, like, drop that facade. And he was immediately, like, dumbstruck. Like, it kind of started when they were pushing back on, like the copyright strikes, or, like, the I have your IP, I have your address. Immediately he fell. After that, he couldn't get up. He couldn't get up again. Because he was like, they were like, yeah, there's something a threat. Yes, but no. And it's like, dude, you but it was. But yeah, you know. And then, like, it never came back. Like, it is pathetic. Like, dude, the quartering, that interview, you watch it from start to finish, and he's just sitting there like he's just having fun. And saying all these lies, and the quartering never pushed back. Literally lied about the tip goal for the cat. Literally lied about that. Quarterman didn't care. Didn't think about it. And then, like, he openly said he just came up with a number. He came up with a number. And he was like, I'm not gonna reach this. No way, man. So I just did that just for the lulz. Which is, like, insane. That would be shit he would hate other streamers do. Imagine if another streamer gets caught out for doing a tip goal that was fraudulent like that. He would be saying how dirty and underhanded they are. But then he goes on the side scrollers, he started with that tone of like, yeah, it's gonna be, I could say whatever and it'd be cool. To them, like, oh fuck, they're actually like pushing back. You see, I didn't take money. The money just was there, and then like the person said they don't mind and they love the content, and you're like, what are you talking about?
If everyone doesn't believe me about mobile game spending and bullshit, I don't care. It doesn't affect me. I've already been through it for
So he says he doesn't care. Earlier on, he's like, "Oh, I just realized it." Whatever.
5 years. I'm okay with it. I'm not going to reveal all my personal information to the internet and then have people all over all my accounts and all my shit. You know
mobile game
and then it just
account.
hurts me and my family. I'm not stupid. Lawyers have told me not to do this, so I'm not going to do it. Okay?
Dude, come on.
In fact,
he showed his mobile game accounts. But again, if you're saying this, then that just tells me on surface level that you're using a mobile game account name for real world things, which is the dumbest thing you could do. The dumbest thing. Because even if it's like, well, the account is tied to your phone. Dude, we have his cell phone number on the internet. Like, the most is his Apple ID. But, guess what? Apple probably allows you to change it if you work hard enough. Whatever. Okay.
Well, I don't really want to spoil. Hold on a second here. Okay. What I was saying was...
Oh, cool.
I don't want to spoil this as a topic of discussion or anything.
I don't know if it was worth it. I hope it's not. I hope he just complained about being sick. I know there's one time he paused, but I think it was early on, and he cried about being sick or whatever. But that's not important for this video.
FYI, I have offered certain people to tell them the entire story of everything going on in my life, but they can't put it on the internet.
What's stopping them, though? I got a question about this. Let's say I emailed Phil, and I said, "Hey, Phil, can you tell me everything about you and all this stuff?" He would tell me, and then and then what happens if I make it public? Am I gonna die? Am I gonna get killed? Is this a threat? Like, what's gonna happen? Like, who's to say? Like, the only thing he's hoping for is that someone will just come out of the woodwork, say, "I talked to Phil, and what he said is true." And then we have to take his word for DSP's word. I mean, I just wouldn't have said this, honestly. Like, you don't need to say this.
I was like, I'll tell you everything. I'll tell you literally everything going on with me in the last 5+ years, right? Where my money goes, everything. But you can't put it on the internet.
But
because it's
okay. This makes me ask another question. He told us for 5 years the money goes to bills. Bills, and more bills. And then he's telling us here that he will he'll tell you where the money goes, but you can't tell other people where the money goes. So then the money doesn't go to just bills then. How does this dude go and make himself look more like a liar effortlessly? It's really like he's just saying things that he doesn't know what he's saying. Like the right hand doesn't know what the left hand's doing. Whatever.
It's just going to be used to hurt me and my family. And I've been told time and time again, no, we don't want to know it then. We'd rather, if we get the full story.
We don't want to know it then. If I can't say it, I don't want to know it. I mean, whatever. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't want to be in that position either. Because imagine if I said, yeah, what DSP said is true, and I can't show you the proof. Imagine how annoying that would be. And then, I would, this is just, I mean, come on. Again, he shouldn't have said this part. We don't need to know this.
We want to be able to publicize it. We want to be able to put it in a video, an interview,
then these people want to put it into places to help him. So I hope we don't see new information in the June the King documentary, because, I thought you can't publicize it.
A documentary, and I'm like, well, you can't. That's the whole point. Again, the devil you know versus the devil you don't. I know that the whole bullshit story that's out there that is bullshit is harmful, but it's no way that it's as harmful as if people actually got information about me that could get into all my accounts and my personal shit. It's no one's business there. You understand? So, then fair enough. Everyone hate me for the dumb shit. If you're that dumb and you hate someone for
again, I don't need WWE champions to be real to hate him. I really don't. This guy makes it very easy, like Rich. He makes it very easy to hate him.
fabricated stuff like that, then go for it and hate on me. You know what I'm saying? But it's just, 100% that's the case, is people just want to get a story to run with for popularity on the internet.
Oh yeah.
They don't actually care about the truth. If they did, someone would have accepted that.
The dude who literally broke the news that he had a WWE Champions account, where is he now? Is he a successful streamer now? I don't even remember who it was. Okay.
You know what I mean? So at this point, like, I'm done offering. I'm not gonna offer nobody nothing. I offered that to Craig of the Side Scrollers. I said I have all the information.
Guess what though? They wanted the information during the interview. He said, "Well, I gotta think about it and this and that," which is the most suspicious thing to say. Again, he had time to prepare for this interview. He could have hashed this out, figured something out, but instead he was like, "I gotta think about it, maybe later. I don't know yet. It's gonna hurt everyone if they know." This, it's what are you doing? And then as much as people bring up the Keem thing where his internet went out, and that means that he could have doctored it. He could have doctored it at any point in time. That the internet cutting out isn't evidence to me about that. It just would have been, in general, anyone could say that anyways. It doesn't matter if the internet never went down and he showed it to Craig anyway. People could still say he faked it. I mean, that's just how it is. And if he doesn't care, that's good for him. But maybe don't cry about shit then. I don't know.
And, you check your email constantly, because if I send it to you, I want to be sure you're getting it. It's not sitting in your mailbox just in case. And he literally came back to me the next day after the interview, after I sent him that night.
Okay. Yeah, that did happen. I thought he was lying about that, but that did happen. He did email him and all this stuff. Which, oh my god. This is so stupid. Think about it. He emails Craig and say to see how frequently he checks his email. What? If you want something instantaneous, didn't they talk on Discord? I am pretty sure Craig brought up Discord when they said send us the information. He could have talked to him on Discord then, if it was so urgent. This is I never understood that when he said that. I was like, who does this? It's an email. And Craig is a person. He could be busy. He has a family.
That night, and he said, "Well, we don't believe anything you said. We don't care what you send us now. Too bad."
That's not what he said. He said that he doesn't feel like it's relevant anymore. Which is true, just in general, in my opinion, because more than that to show his WWE Champions account, and he never did. And then he just said, the moment that your first reaction is, "I don't know, I gotta think about it," you're not the most innocent looking person. A person who's on trial about murder isn't gonna say "Where were you? Can you show us where you were the night of this person's death?" I don't know. I have to think about it. I have to talk to people involved in case it hurts my family. They're gonna say, "Dude, you're on this. What? You don't have your alibi prepared? You can't prove where you were?" And I go, I gotta think about it, guys. I'll talk to you tomorrow. And it's okay.
Bad, you can't be on the show ever again. Basically, just a huge insulting email. I was like,
oh wow, that's super fake. Because guess what? If that's the case, why do they invite him back onto the show? Huh? What? And that's not what he said. He read the email in his own fucking video. Look it up. He literally just says in the email that he's not interested in getting the proof anymore, and he said, "Best of luck" or whatever. He didn't say, "You're a piece of shit, die," or anything like that. Like, that's not at all what happened. And guess what? If Craig cared again, like, he kind of, DSP in a way opened the door for Craig to come back into the Philverse, because all Craig could do, honestly, if he had the email, he could just post the email and say, "This is what I said," and it would, and he would say he didn't say anything mean, and DSP would look like an idiot again. But no one's gonna care, I guess, because, you know.
Like, wow, that was really worth my time, giving you 5 hours of my time. You realize now you can make a lot of money on it. So you don't even care if I send you the real story. You don't want it anymore, right?
But this isn't extrapolating and spinning things negatively. Anyone would just tell you that. Your best friend in the world, Kat, could say that too. Val, I think the ship has sailed because I don't think they're gonna care what you send anymore because they may not believe it. Like, Kat could say that. But whatever, okay.
So, anyway, anyway, the point here is, I think people like, not just Kino Casino, I think there's many others, but Kino Casino is kind of coming out. Now listen, they make fun of me for shit. Good on them. You know what? I bet they're going to tear me a new one. I bet they're going to watch the video of me eating the barbecue.
Guess what? Guess what? You won't believe it. They were doing a stream that same day, and DSP waddled into their chat and demanded that they watch it. And then they had to. They couldn't refuse the king, so they did. And guess what? They made fun of how he eat because it's so funny. It's hilarious. I hate this dude, and this sudden urge to say he eats food funny as a selling point. This dude is so lame. People made fun of him for how he ate Cat's cake, got offended. But now, he gets to use it as a selling point for feasting with Phil. Because it's so funny how he eats. Can we make fun of how you talk? Can we make fun of how you look? Can we make fun of your hair? Okay.
From the other day, and probably make fun of how awkward I look when I eat. Everyone says
and this is so lame too, to sit there like, I bet they're gonna this. And again, the only criticism he is accepting is how he eats. Truly pathetic behavior. If you're gonna brag about accepting criticism, why don't you send them to videos where you're actually being like negative? You should say, so like, I sent them the video where I yelled at Lavinia, and then we're gonna see how and I bet they're gonna like say that I was an asshole, which also would make him look like an asshole even double the fact. Again, just like, this dude is so pathetic. The only criticism he'll accept is how he eats. That's where we're at.
I look awkward. I believe you guys. I don't know because I can't see myself eating ever.
You can watch
I don't go back and watch those videos.
Okay.
I believe you. So I'm sure that they'll probably make fun of me, you know, in a video like that or whatever. And that's fine. I'm okay with that. You know what I mean?
Dude, people made fun of how he ate for years. And he hated it. Like, dude, all the DSP tries it videos literally sounds like a dog eating slop. Literally. It's unbelievable. Like, you're literally, you're just like, and it's like, holy shit, you try to chew that loud?
And, you know, they razz me from time to time, but the fact that they're being nice to me is a change.
It gives them immunity.
Of another content creator that hasn't been like, that has been nice like that to me, you know?
So many people have. H3H3's been nice to him. You know, I guess you could say Megasix for they accepted his apology, but I mean, again, I don't think they even cared in the first place with the apology. Because they just saw the food and they just shared it because that's just their thing. They just share random posts. But this dude just gets such a serotonin hit when he gets a slight attention, he's in love with them. This dude is a fucking Derek. A Derek. he goes to a stream. The stream notices him. He gets all giddy inside because he cares so much, and they modded him. They modded him too, so that definitely made him feel special. He definitely feels like a special little boy in Kino Casino's little chat.
So it's a little bit of a different situation, you know. So anyway, I eat on the side of my mouth, just like I talk on the side of my mouth at times. Yeah, I don't know why I do that. I don't know why, but I do. I think, right?
No, you
the
just
mannerism.
Look
Who
like you're in
knows?
pain, whatever.
It could be a health thing. Who knows? I don't know.
Oh my god, I'm.
Okay.
Oh my god.
So anyway,
dude, I really am surprised this dude talks
obviously
this
we gotta
much
continue
about
on with the show and end it, and then we can figure out what the rewards will be for the actual stream. Okay?
Oh my god, he didn't even run a poll yet.
Oh man.
He's doing a podcast right now.
I received
Whatever.
a $2.51 tip.
I don't care. I don't know. There's more to it.
Oh, hold on. Pankhurst was the body model, is what.
Okay.
In modern. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Age, why anyone would care what you spend your money on is really strange.
Oh boy. I don't think I'll watch the other podcast. We'll be here for like 10 hours.
I'm your age. Why anyone would care what you spend your
I'm your age. Sure.
money on is really strange. You should be allowed to do whatever you want.
DSP cared where haters spend their money. That's kind of strange. DSP is 40-something, 50 years old, and he literally was concerned that haters were giving money to Craig. Why does he... Why? That's kind of strange. Isn't that strange?
Whatever you want. I don't like how they hate on your wife. It's awful. No one's perfect.
Kino Kasune hates on his wife. And, you know, whatever. People can say whatever about his wife. The thing is, it's like, of course they're gonna make fun of her weight, because it's like the easiest thing to make fun of. I mean, to me, it's like, I don't like go to make cat jokes that frequently, because it's like, you know, what else to say? I think it's more funny the fact that DSP just kind of really doesn't care that much about her, and then like she also like changed her opinion. Like the interaction I think he has with Kat is by far the funniest thing, like in general. Like that to me is the highlight. I think about that more than her weight. She could be fat as fuck. She could be skinny as fuck. I don't care. But just the interaction they've had is so funny to me, because it doesn't really sound like he's talking about his wife. It either comes off some days as if she's his mom, and others like she's his kid. It's so weird and bizarre and weird. And that to me is the thing that's funny about it. Like she went from liking anime to hating anime suddenly, somehow. And then like he makes fun of her gameplay a little bit, low key. And then the interaction, she breaks everything, she does weird shit too. Like it's so fascinating. And that's as far as it goes for me. I mean, I don't like some people go a little too hard on her, and that I kind of like don't vibe with. But I'm not gonna start like policing people with what they do. I'm just gonna go about my business and this and that. I'm just saying my piece about like how I think it's funny about their interaction. The way thing is like it's whatever. I mean, people are gonna make fun of that anyway. I also think it's funny that she started adopting his look. She looks really close like him almost. Like she has the bulbousy nose that he has. She has black hair that's also like thin and has weird parts like his hair. Like it's really like she's trying to morph into him. Like that's kind of something.
Massive respect for your resilience. Thank you. And again, here's the thing.
I
can understand if I was on stream literally every day, running some kind of a crazy marathon.
But also, DSP said it's okay to bring up Rich's kids because he mentioned them on stream. So if just mentioning them is enough, then Kat's like fair game because we saw her too, right? Is that fair, DSP? Or is that negative? Saying,
guys, today I need $1,000. Please. I'm gonna lose my house. I'm gonna lose.
Guess what? He did all this. He literally did all this. Not like, dude, dude, every time he says lose my house, he literally said, we gotta save that house. Like, dude, okay. Pig, go. Let's fucking go. Save the house. Now, of course, we're gonna get the username save the house, but we are gonna, like, go as far back.
Fix this whole tax situation, save the house, you know, and
Save the house.
stay where I am so that I could potentially have a much better future for myself versus moving back to Connecticut, being a solo bachelor in a piece of shit condo.
Man, these fan arts. He never gets these kind of fan arts again. Like, dude, this is like the Egyptian you see on a history textbook, dude. Yeah. What is this? Oh, it's Sims 4, so it's probably about games. What's this?
Happy Gilmore and save the house. I will do my best. Thank you, Bent Boxer. Butamania. Focus on work to save the house, to save my.
Hey, save the house. Wow. It's like that's all he did in 2017. He never did this, by the way. Oh god, this was gonna be, by the way, this was gonna be the bonus video. If I had time, I was gonna watch this. Guess what? Sadly, we don't. But I will watch it at some point.
I'm gonna lose everything. My family's gonna leave me. We're all sick. We're all dying. Please send me $1,000.
This dude, as I said save the house, like pushed it to the point. Kekin wanted to do a charity stream for him. He wanted to do a charity stream for Phil to help him save the house. He had fundraising streams. This dude is so cooked. He forgot that. Again, go on your own little adventure. Go back to those videos and see just how much he was pushing save the house. Like, it was disgusting. Literally disgusting what he was doing. And now he's like, I never said that. And he did do a $1,000 tip for a cat. But that was just a number he came up with. He was always going to show the cat, guys. Even though during the marathon he said, well, if you don't hit the goal, I can't show the reward. Because then what's the point of the reward, guys? This dude is so fucking lame. If you just paid attention, you're gonna be crazy. You're gonna go crazy, man.
Right?
Right?
Now, admittedly, years and years ago, during my bankruptcy years, right, I actually had no money. Like
this was even before the bankruptcy, though. He was doing this before he even declared bankruptcy. And then, back then, people were saying, oh, are you gonna declare bankruptcy? Like, no, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not bankrupt. And then he ended up being bankrupt anyway. But when he said he was going through the bankruptcy, it was literally just a means to an end. Literally, you go back to how he described it, it did not sound like he needed it. It just sounded like he just did it because he had to. And it was a thing to help him out. It wasn't a thing he had to do or anything like that. And then he was celebrating it. He was like, hell yeah, I got bankrupt, guys. Hell yeah.
Everything was going to payments just to pay off.
And then he got like the best streak during that time. So it's not that he didn't have money, he had money. Whatever.
And I was down to the wire with everything. And there were a couple times at my weakest where I did marathon streams where I actually was fundraising and that money was going to the important
Again,
stuff.
he did say save the house. But like, this dude is gonna try to tell you probably that he was just joking. But if you go back to those pre-streams and listen to them, at some point, he says it literally, and like not like facetiously.
And stuff, okay? If you haven't noticed, I don't do that anymore. It's been many, many years since I did any kind of a crazy fundraiser. In fact,
yeah, over the last because now you stretch it across your streams, urging your viewers to give you money. Like, the begging has gone up since. Whatever.
Several years, people say, why don't you do a fundraiser stream? And I say, because I don't want to go back to how I was.
This dude acts as if doing doing fundraising streams was him like doing cocaine, or like him like doing crazy drugs. Dude, when people say, why don't you do a fundraiser? It's always like, why don't you do it for a PC? Why don't you just do this? Whatever. But he says no, because then people will not give him money, man.
You know what I'm saying? I don't want to return to someone who only streams to make money and have a goal on stream.
Dude, you threatened Fallout 4 that you were gonna drop it because it wasn't making money. We're just gonna ignore all this stuff. Like, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth got dropped because of this.
Must raise $1,000 on this stream, and we'll do this crazy thing and this crazy thing.
But the thing is, now the goal is like arbitrary and like vague. Because some days $50 is enough, other days it's not.
I want to do that. People, here's the thing. You want to call me out for things that happened 5 years ago, 4 years ago. Okay. That was 4 years ago. I've changed. Things got...
Again, he just brought up side scrollers. That happened a year ago. He brings up people's past all the time. Pro Jared. Literally, he was going through shit. Guess what? Disney brought up something that happened like 10 years ago. Like, that's relevant. And it's kind of disgusting, right? On any level. Like, at the time, people were coming out saying that Pro Jared was doing all this kind of fucked up shit. And then DSP decides to jump in and say, guys, he was also mean to me. He said I was a doo-doo head. Like, there's literal serious discussions coming in. And you have this joker showing up. Guys, he said I was stupid. And it's like, dude, go back to your children's table. Just let the grown-ups talk.
Things got better, right? Things got better. You haven't seen me do those activities ever again, but that's the thing. The people who don't like me, because they benefit from...
Did he let people, like, in the past, like, get over stuff that they've done in the past? Like right now, Mr. Beast, correct, is doing a lot of fucked up shit, right? What if, like, Mr. Beast moves on positively and he doesn't do the bad stuff anymore? Is DSP gonna, like, forgive him and say he's cool? No. Is he gonna do that with PewDiePie? No. PewDiePie has a family, he doesn't give a fuck. He even demanded PewDiePie apologize for the ad revenue, even though it's like the issue was not just like, oh, PewDiePie did this, it was just in general that like advertisers were not like having a say where their ads were going. Because, get this, advertisers may not want their product associated with certain things. I know, crazy, right?
Slandering and defaming me. To them, something that happened once in the past is universal. Because Phil did something...
Dude, this guy also said, once you put that clown makeup, it will never come off. So let's say Rich rebounds from what's going on with him now. Is DSP gonna like be friends with Rich again? No, he's not. Of course.
That could be seen as deplorable or irresponsible or embarrassing in the past. Obviously, that's forever. Like, for example, for Rich, oh, you see, Phil had his accident in 2016. That's forever him. No, it's not. In fact,
it literally is. You don't get to choose what you're remembered for. That's the sad truth of it, guys. You're not gonna it's not up to you what you're remembered for. The fact that I've seen normies, people who don't know who this guy is, immediately say, is that the guy that fapped? It says all you need to know about what these people will be known for.
Since that happened, okay, I've changed who I am as a content creator. Now I'm an interactive live streamer who does a variety of content, massively improved what I do, all my equipment, everything, right?
All this stuff he didn't do himself, by the way. He did not get the LED lights on his own. He didn't get the camera on his own. He did not get the Victrix on his own. Like, he can't flex about getting toys for free. Like, he can't. The only thing he bought for his business, for his setup specifically, is, I don't know about the spit guard. I'm not sure about that. But, the ring light. That's it. And the game over sign. And shit. That's it. That's it. That's all he spent. The capture card was donated to him. He's taking a hand-me-down PC from Cat, supposedly someday in the future. Maybe one day, maybe not. Who knows? And then the Stream Deck is also gifted. The mini PC is gifted. What did he improve? Nothing.
I've met my wife, and I'm now married and have a happy home life, right? I'm I got out of depression.
He got out of depression. That's what depressed people say all the time. They get out of it. And how do you get out of it? Get married. Because it's so easy. Just like having kids. It's so easy. Just go up to a woman, or if you're a woman, go up to a man, just have sex and there you go. Don't ask, just do it, man. It's so easy. It's so easy.
Everything in my life has improved in the last 8 years. To Rich, today is the same as 8 years ago. Exactly the same day. Nothing's changed. Haha, make fun of Phil. Why? Because that's his life. You understand?
He doesn't make
his life. He's stuck in a rut.
Again, he doesn't know what he does on his own streams. He doesn't even know. How does he know he talks about you this much? And he, come on.
Today's the same miserable shit experience, so he has to project that onto others to make himself feel better. That's the kind of person he is. And that's what he's trying to deal with me in that way. You know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying?
So that's how fucked up it is. I'm so different. I'm such a different guy.
He's so different.
I want to change for the better. I don't want to keep making the same mistakes, right?
You do, though. You do make the same mistakes.
Improve.
Again, he said he learned his lesson from the side scrolls to not get involved. Guess what? He wanted to work with Mike Klum for the documentary. Overpromise, underdeliver. He then says, I want to be left alone. I don't want to do anything with drama. Now he's in bed with Kino Casino. Guess what? Kino Casino does a lot of drama content. He shames people for watching drama content. Guess what? He watches Kino Casino's drama content and thinks it's fun. Dude, come on.
I'm trying to do better. For example, here's really where I've been trying to improve better in the last year. All right? I don't want to involve myself with massive insult wars and drama.
By the way, you know what's funny about him watching Kino Casino is, I don't know if he says it here or he said it earlier. I don't know. I forgot where he said it. But he brings up oh, I never really usually watch other people. I'm not allowed to watch someone. But guess what, though? He watched other YouTubers, though. His day offs, he tells us every day. He watches YouTubers play video games. So he does watch other people. Huh?
Things like that. I'm trying to keep myself out of that stuff. If I think something's fun to do or interesting and it's not going to be harmful for myself or the community, that's different. But I don't want to be involved in back and forth and insult wars and shit. It doesn't get anywhere, right? So I've really just ignored a lot of the nonsense that's happened, correct? In addition,
he literally did videos responding to stuff, though. Whatever.
To make myself better.
He did a whole back and forth with Turkey Tom. We're really gonna pretend that didn't happen? Okay.
So that if I have a slow day, I don't sit here and be like, oh, it's the end of the world. The sky is falling because I had a day where I didn't make...
Dude, he does do that, though. Come on. Come on, man.
Much money on stream or anything like that.
He does.
I used to be like that all the time. And now what I'm trying to do is just calm down and be like, everyone's going to have a bad day. Everyone might have a couple bad days. Now, if you see a pattern, if I'm playing a particular game and that game doesn't do well over and over, now you see a pattern, now you figure out, do we play it less?
Fallout 4 has not been doing good throughout the fucking, time he played it. He played it to the end. What a guy. He noticed the pattern, didn't do anything about it. But he kept giving us ultimatums, though. That he definitely did. Isn't it funny? It's the same tactic he does all the time. If I don't get enough money, I'm gonna drop it. I'm gonna drop it. I'm gonna drop it. And then they give him money. Okay, man, this is pretty cool, man. Look at Stardew. He went from saying oh, it was so successful, I didn't want to milk it, but then support dried up, so I'm playing it less now because of that. And now it's getting support again. Guess what he's doing? Playing it more. Isn't that milking the game? Milking the audience? Okay.
Do we change the time slot? But I try to talk with you guys matter of fact.
He never changed the time slot. He never did. Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth did bad on the night stream, and he never tried it on the day stream ever again.
About this stuff, right? That's different than it used to be. Oh my God, why didn't you guys support? I can't believe it, right? That's different. Now,
he did that for Final Fantasy, though. He's done this so many times in the past. Get out of
Now,
here.
I have weekdays. I have days where it does bother me, and it's my
Oh
fault
my
that I
god.
have those weakness
Dude,
moments.
this is really like when you get caught out by the teacher that you're starting shit and you're like, "Teacher, I'm just mad. I just had a bad day. Okay, teacher? I mean, like this is like what they say when they tell them to apologize. I'm a fallible human. Like he never learned how to apologize. It's always saying I'm a weak human. This isn't like a very like honest, genuine apology. It may be genuine and honest the first time, but the fact you keep going to it, it loses it. Like, come on. You can't keep writing it. I'm human. I'm just a dude stressed, man. People get stressed all the time. Do they fuck people up? Maybe they need therapy then. Do you need therapy? I don't know. Maybe you do.
And then I talk about this stuff, right? Well, I'm trying to do better. And I think I will do better over time. It's a matter of time. It's a matter of learning. It's a matter of not feeling afraid anymore.
Still learning.
Because for a long time, I was afraid that if I had a bad week, man, I can't pay bills this week. And now something goes overdue.
He was afraid he couldn't pay his takeout. Last time he played Fallout, by the way. Pretty cool, huh?
Interest accrues, late fees, what's not getting paid now? Can I afford to do this or that, which are things I need to do, right? That's a scary feeling, and I was in that for years, and I'm out of that now, but I still get those feelings. You know what I'm saying? I'm not used to people treating me nicely.
Oh
I'm just not. My viewers,
dude, this is so lame. Literally, his viewers tell him he's like hot and he's cool and amazing, and he's like, I'm not. No, I'm stupid. I'm ugly. I'm a piece of doo doo, man. Duh.
I'm fans. They're a staple, very supportive group, and that's why I'm here, right? I'm not used to outsiders from that group coming by and actually saying nice things and being nice and being supportive. I'm just not. It feels weird. It feels like
it feels weird.
It almost feels
Rich
like
sending people to give him money. Juicy Vooch came from them. Wicked Grom. Like, Rich gave him a lot of money, too. And he's not used to people being nice to him. Oh, because Rich was like, he would give him money and say, Phil, you're stupid. Phil, you're fat. Phil, did you try drinking water in your ass? And then he'd be like, oh my god, Rich, you're so disgusting. And then like he would discontinue with his life. So I guess that wasn't nice. Rich should have given him tips and said, you're cool and I love you.
Like, do you trust it? Because again, every time it seems like I trust it, and it seems like someone might have my best interest in mind.
Honestly, it sounds like he already trusts Kino Casino anyways. This is like pointless, I'm gonna be careful nonsense. Like, okay.
Then they come back to bite me and they screw me. And it's happened many, many times over the years.
Yeah, it's gonna happen again.
Question is, get hyped the next time. You know, it's a big step for me to move forward and trust someone and say, hey.
Oh my god, dude, this dude talks as if he's like a fucking like trauma victim. Like, dude, so many people go through worse. And this dude is acting as if like a wounded dog. Like, you know those animals that have an abusive family or like abusive owner, and then like eventually they're left, and then you're trying to rescue them, and the dog is like, I can't. He's so nervous and afraid because they can't trust another human because of the past experience. So they try to like cower and go away, and all this other shit, all this fucked up shit that's fucked up. That's how DSP sees himself. Oh my god, this is 4 hours. Yeah, we're definitely not doing the other part.
Are being nice to me, and their viewers are being nice to me. I want to trust them. I want them to come by and hang out.
This is insane. How long this took.
You know, I want to, give those guys the benefit of the doubt. But, do you take that step? Do you not take that step? I don't know.
I feel like this dude purposely talks this way to make my videos longer. This guy sucks.
It's a challenging thing, right?
Right? Uh-huh.
My fault is that I'm too trusting, says Bill.
You know, that's what DSP said. He said that too. My problem is that I'm too trusting.
Guys, well, I
Okay.
think I've talked enough. But yeah, I'm just happy
We
to
talked
know
enough, but we're still
that
talking.
in this
God damn
giant,
it.
crazy internet of stuff, you know what I'm saying?
You guys should get some popcorn for this
That
video.
there are people out there
I should
who
have
are
said this
willing
earder, but
to
I
give a
thought
fair
this.
shake,
I thought at
right?
most it'd
They
be
don't. I don't
2
feel
to
like
3
still don't
hours.
feel to this day like I've gotten a fair shake. Anybody.
This is like
And so
vintage.
I'm happy to know
Like,
that there's
man, when
people
was
out
the
there that
last
are
time we
like,
did a
yeah,
4-hour
you
video?
see, look, you're not perfect, and yeah, you have flaws, and yeah, you make mistakes, and we make fun of you for it. But at the same time, in comparison to all the other people they try to group you in with, you're not.
I
even
am not
close.
gonna compare this guy to anyone else to like hate on him. I'm just gonna hate him for him. I'm gonna compare him to himself. How about that?
Right?
Right?
They're way up here with the amount of fucked up stuff they're doing constantly, and they're doing it on purpose
Oh my
to
god.
get over on the internet because it's the only thing they could get attention for.
Shut up.
You're down here with that level of nonsense, and it's just simple mistakes you make, and you have a great
That
community
you keep
of positive
making.
people who
Like,
hang out.
we're just gonna ignore that he keeps making the mistakes. This is really the dude that puts his hand on a fucking stove that's on. Say, oh, that's hot. Then dude does it again anyway. Get out of here.
right?
Right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I love that, man.
I love you.
Yeah, Jay, no problem.
Okay,
Come on
Jade.
by tonight, and
Okay, what's
the real messed up part about all of
oh
it,
my god.
right?
The real messed up part.
For the longest time, how people, again, they wanted me to group into, you're the same as Wings, you're the same as Boogie, right? And they would draw pictures of me.
Man.
That I was like a ginormous, bloated, swollen dude.
I like how he says it's bloated, swollen dude. Like, swollen implies it's temporary. When you're fat, dude. Whatever. I mean, it can go down, whatever. You know, it is what it is. Semantics, I guess. But this dude, these are caricatures. I'm like 5'4". So obviously I get like jokes about being short. Now obviously I'm not like short, but guess what? People exaggerate the joke because, you know, 5'4". Bleh. But dude, come on. And this dude gets so worked up. Fuck this guy. I'm gonna keep calling him fat. Fuck it.
Right?
And I like how offended he gets about being called fat, but this dude, like, man, okay.
Overweight. It's like, what pictures are you looking at exactly? Like, what?
This is like him getting upset when people drew him like Rufus. But this dude was going through old videos, literally back in the Twitch days. Oh, look how fat I was! Oh, I was so fat! Oh, look how fat I was! And now it's like, they say I'm fat. What do they mean I'm fat? Dude, like, when he used to wear these like little shirts, it literally looked like tits he had. Like, dude, come on. And his jowls shake. That's not being fat. He just has a weird body, I guess. But like, when people say he's fat, he thinks that we're saying that he's obese. Like that he's obese. No one is saying, unironically, you're obese, Phil. Don't worry. Just because we think you're fat doesn't mean we think you're obese.
Like, what? Where do you not see the streams that I'm on every?
And probably when they do these drawings that like morph him and Wings together, they're probably just saying that they're so similar that you just fuse the bodies. Like, this is them fusing, like the fusion dance. He did the fusion dance
every day. I weigh 200 pounds.
Wow.
And the things that they don't care, the narrative of toxic people on the internet is that I am the same as all the other people they don't like. So they draw me to look like them. They claim
look at this. This dude will say that we're saying that he's similar to Wings, that's a 1-to-1 comparison. But this dude says it's not like that. You can't say that. But he'll say that we're all the same and all the trolls are the same and we're all similar and this and that, blah blah blah. Okay.
I do the same things even though I don't, right? Tell me one time I ever had a scheme, a big scheme to fool my viewers to make big amounts of money, like a crypto scam or something like that, right?
I don't think that's how it works, because I don't think Boogie was running a crypto scam. I think the problem was that he invested in crypto and lost all his money. Like that's what happened. As far as what I understand of it. I mean, was he running a crypto scam? Was he what was going on there? Whatever.
Okay, like came up with some giant.
But he did come up with schemes. Literally, he said to the quartering that when he came up with that $1,000 tip goal, he just threw a number out. He just threw a number out that he didn't think he was gonna hit. And then when you go to the marathon, he's telling them, "I'm not gonna reveal the surprise unless we hit the goal, because if I just show you the goal, then what's the point of the tips goal? But if the $1,000 tips goal was a joke, then why push it that as if it was a real goal?" But then when he does it, he did say that it was to catch up on bills or whatever. So it didn't make sense no matter how you sliced it. And it was really stupid. But that's not a scheme according to Phil. Him pretending to be single for a year wasn't a scheme so that people wouldn't attack Cat or whatever. That's not a scheme. Okay. He didn't run a scheme with his car, remember? He did this whole thing where he's like, "Oh, so like, I told you guys that the car was broken, and I gave some breakups because I was curious if they were gonna find stuff, and guess what? The trolls fell for the trap." And all this stuff, and he bragged how the trolls figured out how much the bill was, and all this other stuff to prove a point. That's not a scheme. That's not a scheme. That also doubled to get him money. Okay. That's not a scheme, though. To reveal Jasper after getting $1,000, that's not a scheme. That was a joke. That was for fun. That was for the lulz.
Crazy scheme to take your money and then screw you over.
And then the save the house scheme is my favorite one. He had literal. I wonder. I don't want to go back because this is like a 5-hour video, but I wonder if you go back to the marathons if he had in the tip school save the house. But again, he did streams to save the house. That's not a scheme. Okay.
Pocket it and stuff like that, right?
Product
what are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
But that's it. They'll say shit like that. They'll say it happened. Oh yeah, he had a big scheme where he said that he was gonna reveal something and it was a cat.
Yeah.
He charged people $1,000 for that.
You said that. You said this is a reward goal. There's a special reward if he hit the goal, and this and that. He hits the goal, guess what? It's a cat. What is that action? Okay. Days like this, I wish he never hit that $1,000 tip goal. Because then we'll know for sure he was going to share the information of the cat anyway. But he isn't. I guarantee you, if he didn't hit the $1,000 tips goal, he would just lower the goal and try again. That's what would have happened. So that way, it would hit the goal anyway, and then he would show it. Like, it would be an eventual goal. This dude is so lame. So lame to try to chase some form of success.
That is the worst, most unfair, most ridiculous spin on what really happened.
You're unfair. You're unfair to everyone, stupid. So why the fuck would anyone be fair to you?
Prove their own narrative, right? Just like in their eyes, there's no way I was ever good at Street Fighter. There's no way I was ever good at anything.
Watch the Street Fighter 6 gameplay. It's all garbage. Garbage patterns. Dive rush throw. Dive rush throw. Dive rush jab. 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 Like, dude, if he lost to people who played like how he played, he would call them scrubs and pattern players. But guess what? No one plays like Phil because he plays like shit.
Everything I've done, it's just bullshit. They spin it in such a stupid way that that's not really what happened, right? But and they all believe it. That's the sad part, is they all believe it. So these people out there who want to suck me into their vortex of toilet shit.
People want to suck me.
They want you to believe that I'm exactly the same as all the other horrible people out there.
You're not exactly the same.
Who are just doing this.
You just have similar tendencies.
Because they have no content. I'm not. In fact, just leave me alone.
But you just suck.
Literally, just leave me alone.
Leave me alone.
Right?
But if we left you alone, Kino Casino would leave you alone, and you wouldn't meet your friends. He would have met Kino Casino if you left him alone. Think about that. You never would have known them. He should be thanking us. He should thank the trolls.
I have another shout out to do.
For matching them up.
There was a pause? What pause? What are you talking about?
Okay.
Thank you, Mysterious Stranger, for a $5 tip. I said they want to suck me. Oh, they do. Oh, trust me, they want to suck me.
Now we get to gay panic mode.
They wish they could suck me.
Yeah,
They wish they could suck me dry in every possible way. Because again, remember, they claim I'm a lolcow and they want to milk me. They want to suck every orifice for anything that would benefit them.
I never said I wanted to suck you or milk you or anything like that.
It's absolutely true.
Keep your fetish to yourself.
The funniest part about that.
Jesus, man.
I want to appear on a show called Lolcow Show or Lolcow
No one
Podcast
said you wanted to,
as
though.
a lolcow farmer, and we milk the lolcows. You want to milk men?
Oh my god.
You're literally...
And then he does this. Now, like, I know what he's saying. Like, it's obvious, but at the same time, out of context, this comes off very homophobic. Because he's kind of saying that doing any sexual act with men is disgusting. But if you're gay and you're a man and you're into other men, like, that's just what you're into. And this dude is saying that's disgusting. I mean, why are you like doing this?
Literally admitting you want to milk men. You just want to reach in there and start tugging and get whatever you could get, right?
Oh my god.
Wow. That's incredibly disgusting. You're a freak. To say that's
You're a freak.
Well,
wow.
You see, we're good. We're better than them. No, you're not. You just said something incredibly gross and disgusting, and you're acting like it's something positive. You're a bunch of dudes that want to jerk off other guys for content.
He gets so worked up about milking. It's so, like, weird. Like, it's more weird than what he's saying. Like, honestly, he could just say, it's disgusting that these people want to exploit drama or whatever. But no, he's fixated on milking because he takes it so literally. Like, oh, milk them. Not for sus.
You literally are saying that publicly.
Oh my god.
You not understand that? Your entire show is that. Your entire show is just giving handies to lolcows. Good for you.
And now it's handy. Now it's sexual again. Man.
Why not just call it the handy show? And you could all just give big circle jerks the whole show. And now, and just, just cover the walls with plastic and see splattering on the walls. That would be better than what you put out now, right? There you go. And
what?
Circle jerks the whole show. And now, and just, just cover the walls with plastic and see.
Cover the walls with plastic. Man, what kind of porn does this dude watch? Like, this is very specific. Like, I've never heard anyone who does this kind of shit just say, do this to the walls and then do circle jerking. But this dude is like, put plastic up. It's like he has experience in doing this.
Just see splattering on the walls. That would be better than what you put out now, right?
Man.
There you go. And you can put it on OnlyFans. You could charge even more.
So what? Like, I mean, they're not hurting anyone, though. For a guy who claims that he makes
Marvel Rivals is just like Overwatch, Jade. It plays like...
Yeah, Jade.
What I just described is nowhere near as gross as what the...
Oh, boy.
Gross? Oh, no. What I just described is nowhere near as gross as what the show actually is. That's the sad part. What I just described is not as gross as what they actually do on there every day.
It's sad that porn is not as disgusting as them just on Skype calls fully clothed. Okay.
It's not.
Sure. I mean, to each their own, man. People gotta jerk off to something, I guess. But why does that matter? Why does these care what people jerk off to? Why shame what people are into,
All right.
man? It's not very positive.
I think it is time to end the show. All for watching the level 1. I'm gonna wrap it up here. And by the way, I owe you guys rewards. Try not to milk too many men today.
He says this as this is the screen, the first screen you see. Don't try to milk any men. Sure.
Guys, just so you know, trying to milk people around you is it's actually really disgusting. It's not like a funny thing.
DSV would know. He would know.
Be celebrated. It's disgusting, just for the record. And
why does he have this picture? Come on.
I can't believe I have to say that because some people are so dumb. They actually think that has to be like repeated.
What?
Right? Like, wait, what? Yes, milking people, milking men is not a good thing. You
What
know,
if it's
it is a
not a
certain
good
kind of
thing?
content. It's just I don't think it's what they intended. But anyway,
What if?
thank you for watching
Okay,
the show.
whatever.
Tomorrow, talk about how Fallout concluded. I'm sure we'll be talking about more Marvel Rivals, and hopefully I'll feel better tomorrow. We'll be able to have like a normal
hope so
show.
too, I guess.
All
Maybe
right.
not. Whatever. We're gonna get one more.
All right, guys.
Milk.
Thanks so much for watching. Try not to get milked. See you tomorrow.
All right. What the fuck is this? Are these recommendations? There's this, the most embarrassing moments in gaming journalism. Then we got this. Then we got June the King. And then what is this? The ultimate illegal, disturbing video game iceberg? Oh man, man, okay. Swaycast. Oh yes. Oh man, this is okay. All right. That is it for this fucking long video. Oh, Jesus Christ. I did not think it was going to be this long. I'm sorry. Next video, hopefully it won't be this long. I'll be watching the next podcast dealing with this because you guys suffered enough. So I'll release you from hell. Thank you for watching, and hopefully this will not happen again. But you know what? I will show you one thing as a little prize. I finally got the Guilty Gear character Lucy, guys. This is from Guilty Gear Strive. If you say it's from something else, I don't know what that means. She's a Guilty Gear character, so get hyped. Sick, right? Pretty cool. All right, that is it. Thank you for coming. Guys, remember, always drink some milk. Okay. Bye bye.
Time to skedaddle on